2015 saw Lewis Hamilton chasing his dream to become a three-time world champion. His rivals lined up to take him on. But could anyone steal his crown?
Ferrari's back.
Lewis is driving very slowly, so get him to speed up.
Yeah, man.
Yes! Go on!
I've lost this race, haven't I?
Yes!
There's something happened at the start. Nico, push me wide. You need to stop me.
We're here at Barcelona for the final day of pre-season Formula One testing, an intensive workload that began a short month ago in Jerez, Spain, with the teams presenting new cars designed around tighter technical and testing regulations. The focus then shifted to Barcelona, where questions and answers fought an endless battle for supremacy. Let's see what happened. New nose design regulations and a reduction in testing hours, both in the wind tunnel and on the track, defined pre-season F1 testing in Spain, first at Jerez for 4 days, and then for 8 days over 2 consecutive weeks in Barcelona. There are several new car driver combinations for 2015. 4 times world champion Sebastian Vettel switched from Red Bull to Ferrari. Double world champion Fernando Alonso left Ferrari to return to McLaren, this time with new Honda power. Toro Rosso signed 2 young rookies, Spain's Carlos Sainz and 17-year-old Max Verstappen from the Netherlands. Daniel Kvyat, after a promising first year with Toro Rosso, graduated to Red Bull alongside Daniel Ricciardo. Sauber signed former Williams test driver, the Brazilian Felipe Nasr, and Sweden's Marcus Ericsson. In addition to Honda's new partnership with McLaren, Lotus F1 switched from Renault to Mercedes power units, with Renault now supplying only 2 teams, Red Bull and Toro Rosso. Sebastian Vettel, unfamiliar in new retro helmet colour scheme, dominated the early wet and dry days of testing at Jerez, drawing a round of applause from his new team as he climbed from the new SF15T at the end of his programme. The much more drivable, new, long-nosed Ferrari, designed by James Allison, also brought a smile to the face of Kimi Raikkonen, who declared it a significant improvement over its 2014 counterpart. Mercedes, world champions in 2014, began to clock mile after testing mile with their new car, displaying solid reliability from the outset. Nico Rosberg covered a staggering 150 laps on that first day at Jerez, a theme that would continue right through to the last day of running in Barcelona. The new Red Bull appeared in a dramatic testing livery designed to conceal the new car's angles and curves, but looked rather more exposed when Daniel Kvyat damaged the nose early in the first run and thereafter ran the day without front wings, gathering as much low-speed data as possible. Force India chose not to run at Jerez, preferring instead to focus on Barcelona, but Lotus F1 trucked their new car through the snow and rain to make it for day 2. A Herculean effort that did just as much for team morale as it did for the drivers' new learning curve with Mercedes power. Less jubilant were McLaren Honda. For the most part, the tightly sculpted MP430 was afflicted by early teething problems, most of which kept the car in the garage for long periods of time. Testing by its nature is unpredictable, and evidence of that came quickly in Barcelona when first Sebastian Vettel spun the Ferrari into the gravel trap on his first lap out of the pits, and then Nico Rosberg repeated the act in the Mercedes. Both were victims of cold tyres in the chill of the morning. Lewis Hamilton stepped out of his car after only a handful of laps, complaining of a fever, and with Nico Rosberg suffering a pinched nerve in his neck, the result of trying a new driving position in Jerez, third driver Pascal Wehrlein took over testing duties. Then Fernando Alonso hit the wall in turn 3. After being airlifted to hospital in Barcelona with concussion, he recovered quickly, but was ruled out of any further testing and replaced at the final test by Kevin Magnussen. The McLaren Honda covered its first race distance in the final test in the hands of Jenson Button, and the new Force India ran reliably out of the box, despite a puncture on its debut lap. It was towards the end of testing that Mercedes began to show their real one-lap pace, with Nico Rosberg lapping a whole 2.5 seconds faster than Lewis's 2014 pole time. Both Mercedes drivers pronounced themselves very happy indeed with their new cars. Williams and Ferrari were also fast after several days of distance running and aero testing, but the gap to Mercedes on paper still seems to be there. Now attention is focused on the Australian Grand Prix at Melbourne, round 1 of the 2015 Formula One World Championship.
Welcome to Australia, guys. Let's get the party started.
So much to do, you can't believe it until you actually get here.
Absolutely love it.
It's always fantastic to be here. It's the best place to start the season, so I think it's going to be a great weekend for everybody. One of my favorite weekends, actually.
The speed, the sound, the exhilaration, can't beat it.
It's absolutely fabulous.
You know, the fans are really cheering for one guy.
Come on, Dan. Come on, Dan. Go, Dan. Woo.
Come on, Dan.
Come on, Dan.
Yesterday was ridiculous for a Thursday. Never seen so many fans waiting for autographs and that.
Everyone's very pumped up, and it's a great atmosphere, and I think we're going to see a good race.
The fans have been amazing for these last few years, and every time I come here, the support's incredible. Fantastic place for a race, great people, as you can see.
So great that, you know, circuits like Australia do this to fans.
No, it's really nice to get to see the fans. It's definitely one of my favorites, Paddock.
It's always good to see them, and they're always very happy to see you as well.
It's excellent, love it.
It's awesome.
With Fernando Alonso still resting following his crash in winter testing, McLaren Honda test and reserve driver Kevin Magnussen was drafted in as his replacement for the weekend. As in 2014, the Mercedes looked like the car to beat, fastest in all 3 practice sessions. Last season's runner-up Nico Rosberg pushed hard on Saturday afternoon and claimed a place on the front row. But teammate Lewis Hamilton had it under control. Felipe Massa qualified 3rd ahead of Sebastian Vettel on his Ferrari debut. Mercedes started the new season as it had finished the old one, on top. But the hugely anticipated McLaren-Honda partnership did not get off to a good start. On Sunday, Magnussen was halted by a power unit failure on his first lap out of the pits. He was one of 3 drivers who didn't even make it to the grid. And it was not the season opener that Ron Dennis had wanted to see. A gearbox glitch halted Daniel Kvyat, while a back injury in qualifying left Valtteri Bottas unfit to drive and a spectator in the Williams garage. Highest placed rookie was Carlos Sainz, who qualified his Toro Rosso a remarkable 7th. Arnold Schwarzenegger took a moment to enjoy the impressive display of men and machines just moments before the action began. Which Mercedes would be leading into the first corner, and could they keep it clean? Five lights and the 2015 Formula One World Championship was underway. Hamilton held on to the lead ahead of Rosberg, while Massa made his presence felt, and the Ferraris of Vettel and Raikkonen went side by side into turn 1. Then there was contact for Nasser and Maldonado. After just a few seconds of racing, the safety car would come out. The Venezuelan headed the short distance back to the pits. Ricciardo had started 6th, but went backwards into the midfield. He was lucky to keep out of trouble when Raikkonen, Nasser and Maldonado tangled. Grosjean in the other Lotus retired at the end of lap 1. The Frenchman had suffered an unexplained loss of power from his Mercedes power unit, so that left just 13 drivers in the race. Hamilton made his intentions clear at the restart, as did Nasser. He put a move on Sainz for 5th. Soon the Spaniard had Ricciardo hounding him down. But battling for 6th was not where team principal Christian Horner wanted the team to be. Sainz's slide down the order continued when Raikkonen demoted him to 8th.
Fantastic job, Kimi, this is good.
Further back, former teammates Jenson Button and Sergio Perez squabbled over 13th and last place. But this run-in left Checo on the back foot.
Checo, do you have any damage?
I don't think so.
Lap 16 and Raikkonen was in for the first of 2 stops, but the change to another set of yellow-walled soft tyres didn't go to plan. A hold-up with the left rear cost him vital seconds and dropped him to 11th. New team principal Maurizio Arrivabene has a very hands-on approach and went over to investigate. A trouble-free stop for Vettel saw him emerge in 3rd ahead of Massa. Like much of the field, Sainz was on a one-stop strategy, but he too was delayed by a troublesome left rear wheel. It was a costly delay and dropped him from 6th to the back of the field. Toro Rosso's other rookie driver, Max Verstappen, had also impressed, but he too ran into difficulties.
I have smoke in the car.
Stop the car on track.
Okay.
A problem with the Renault power unit curtailed his eagerly awaited debut. Father Yossi's disappointment was clear to see. Raikkonen was the only frontrunner to make 2 stops, and the team monitored proceedings this time around. But yet again it was clear that things had not gone to plan. There'd been another issue with the left rear wheel.
Did you leave the wheel loose?
Unfortunately, the wheel was not tight. Sorry, Kimi, we had a problem in the pit stop.
find a safe place on P0.
Arrivabene was not amused. Sainz was back up to 8th after his pit stop delay, but was under huge pressure from the Sauber of Ericsson with just 3 laps to go.
Well done, buddy. Push.
Marcus was on target to score his first F1 points and get a good result for the team. But at the front, Mercedes showed they had no intention of relinquishing the silverware in 2015. Lewis Hamilton kicked off his season in the best possible way, to the delight of the team. While Vettel confirmed Ferrari's resurgence with a podium finish in his first race in red.
Seb, good job, fantastic, well done, grazie.
Looking forward to see you, and I will keep some champagne for you.
The champagne would be flowing at Mercedes. But it was advantage Hamilton in Albert Park. Massa was 4th and Nasser 5th on his F1 debut. Ricciardo recovered back up to 6th ahead of Hulkenberg and Ericsson, while Button got his McLaren to the flag, albeit 2 laps down. Sauber scored their first points in over a year thanks to a great result from their young drivers, while Williams were 4th with only 1 driver to start the race, and it was disappointing for Toro Rosso after a promising day on Saturday. Even F1 drivers can get a little starstruck from time to time.
Congratulations.
Arnold Schwarzenegger, man. How you doing?
Well, it's wonderful to be here in Melbourne, to be in Australia. And I was just asked to conduct the interviews with the winners here. And let me tell you something I'm so excited about, because just for the last 2 days I was interviewing the most fittest people, the strongest people, the most energetic people at the Arnold's Classic, and now I'm interviewing the fastest people in the world. So, Luis, what does it feel like having won last year's World Championship and now winning the first race again?
Well, it's obviously a real pleasure to be here. We have the greatest fans here today. Thank you so much for coming out. You know, my team did an amazing job today, and it's an incredible feeling, obviously, to continue on from last year, but also to be up here with you, man. I thought you were taller. I thought he was taller on the Terminator.
I'm not wearing my high heels. What does it feel like being now with Ferrari?
It feels great. As I said to the guys, thank you very much, grazie mille. Noi abbiamo una macchina bella per la qualifica, ma anche per la gara. So we have a great race, not only in qualifying, but also for the race, and it's great to join them, and I'm really proud. There's a lot of work ahead of us, trying to beat these two and beat Mercedes, but I'm sure we will.
Well, I know that you are going to say now, when it comes to the next race, I'll be back, right? Okay. So let's say it together. I'll be back. All right, give him a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Round 2 of the championship is an endurance test for the teams, drivers and cars.
Sepang, Malaysia. It's never easy here. Dark clouds potentially spell lightning forks and monsoon rain. Then there's the contrast between the bright light of the pit lane and the so-called shade of the garage, where the mechanics constantly look for ways to stay cool. Out on the circuit, for the engineers and for the drivers, it's a battle. Rear tire degradation, high-speed change of direction, and flat out on the straights. This is a circuit that demands attention in every dimension. All of these elements combine to make a stunning weekend of Formula One action. But how do the teams, cars and drivers prepare for the most difficult conditions on the Formula One calendar?
It's the toughest race of the season just because it's so hot. I'm sitting here, you could not imagine how hot it is, just dripping with sweat. I've got a towel right here just to wipe away the sweat because it's so hot.
I mean, in terms of driver cooling, obviously keeping the core body temperature down is a key element. When it comes to hydration, there's no excuse, if you like, for a driver not to be fully hydrated before every session. The effects of dehydration, I mean, 1 to 2% you're going to have some sort of performance loss. 3% and above, you're looking at concentration, reaction time dropping off. Kimi hasn't really, I think, overly sweated in the last 2 sessions. The fluid loss has been very minimal. The helmet's actually been quite... I wouldn't say dry, but it's not been soaked after the sessions.
It's quite nice. Obviously, the weather can be pretty tricky here, and it can change very quickly. And when it rains heavy.
I think it's a fantastic challenge. You know, garage temperatures can get into the 40, 50 degrees marks during the race, which of course affects people in all sorts of ways. It's about trying to keep a cool head in literal sense here. It's tough. The race starts off tough, you know, so you'll often see the guys in the garage with iced towels on the back of their necks, just trying to cool down before the race starts. Obviously the temperature's a big factor here, as is rather unpredictable rain forecasting.
The one thing here, what you've always got to bear in mind is it can go from, you know, bright sunshine to monsoon, and it can do that in 10 minutes, and you can have very little warning. You know, the showers here, they can quite often be convective showers, so it's as the hot air rises from the land, and then, you know, it becomes a convective shower and it comes back down in a downpour, and you never ever see that on a radar.
In terms of the cars, it's a tough one for cooling. It's a really tough one for cooling. You're always straddling that line between performance and because having bigger holes in the car slows it down, you know. So yeah, that's one of the biggest challenges we face.
The main thing that you're trying to look after on such a hot track is the rear tyres. You know, this is it's a very hot track, and it's a very high energy track as well. There's some high speed corners. You can't really come here with a different cooling package, but you'll see that all of the cars are very well opened up. You know, people are running a much bigger bodywork exit. They probably find lots of different louvers around the cockpit openings. You know, people will probably be on their max cooling here.
So demanding on the team, the guys in the garage, the guys, the car itself, the fuel. But yeah, it's going to be the toughest weekend for us as a team as a whole.
Fernando Alonso was declared fit to return to the cockpit in Malaysia after his pre-season testing accident and was ready to race for McLaren Honda. Roberto Merhi lined up alongside Will Stevens at Marussia after the team missed Australia, but the British driver was hit by reliability concerns. Saturday brought warm sun, cloudy skies and temperatures of 33 degrees Celsius. But by the end of Q1, black clouds and lightning were all on the horizon. On track, Alonso could only manage 18th place in his first event for McLaren since their acrimonious split in 2007. The rain was not far away. No one wasted any time in taking to the track when Q2 got underway. But Grosjean was a bit too keen to join. He pushed into the queue and would receive a 2-place grid penalty. It was just a matter of watching and waiting for that weather to change. Timing was as crucial as ever. Hamilton powered past Raikkonen to start his first flying lap and left the Finn to negotiate his track position with Ericsson. The storm edged ever nearer. But the delay behind the Sauber had proved very costly for Kimi. With rain falling all around the track, he couldn't improve his time. He missed out on the top 10 shootout and would start the race 11th. As the rain became torrential, the fans rushed for cover. The track quickly became undrivable. And it was impossible to stay dry. After a half-hour delay, qualifying resumed with all the drivers on intermediate tyres. And after his final flying lap, Vettel was just 0.07 of a second behind Hamilton's pole time. Rosberg scrabbled for grip out of the final corner and crossed the line nearly half a second behind. That left Sebastian to line up next to Lewis. With temperatures over 35 degrees on race day, pole sitter Hamilton needed all the cooling and shade he could get. Verstappen proved he was no flash in the pan, with 6th on the grid. There was no escape from the heat. With the track temperature over 60 degrees, being able to make the medium tyres last would play a crucial role in the outcome of the race. Rosberg started well and forced Vettel on the defensive. Verstappen and Massa went side by side, but Max would have to yield. While a slow-starting Bottas was soon in trouble. He clipped Maldonado's tyre, leaving the Lotus rather deflated. Pastor had a puncture and no grip, while Massa scythed up into 5th between the Red Bulls. A cautious Verstappen had slipped back to 7th, and he came under attack from a charging Ericsson. But running wide left the door open for Hulkenberg in the Force India as well. Nazo was also on a charge, but a run-in with Raikkonen just cost him part of his front wing. And left Kimi with a puncture. The slow in-lap and pit stop would drop the Finn to 18th.
So box this lap, Kimi, box this lap, start switch down in the entry to the pit lane, start switch down.
There was more drama for Sauber when Ericsson ran wide at turn 1. He beached his car in the gravel and brought out the safety car.
Why don't they push me?
They don't push you, mate. Switch off procedure and leave the car.
Both Mercedes took to the pit lane.
Okay, Nico, we are stacking.
But Vettel stayed out. As well as being delayed behind Hamilton, Rosberg had to wait to be released due to other cars coming in for their pit stops. Both Williams also pitted, but unlike Mercedes, they opted for the medium tyres rather than the hards. The race resumed, but Ericsson was out for the day. Vettel led while the Mercedes were back in traffic.
Okay, Nico, so unfortunate there, we've lost some places.
Hamilton was the first of the stoppers in 6th, but Rosberg had lost track position to Ricciardo and was now battling Massa for 8th. This wasn't part of the plan. Lap 17, Ricciardo ran wide and allowed Verstappen to make a lunge. He bided his time and seized 6th.
Okay, good job there, Max.
But Christian Horner wasn't so happy. Vettel had pitted, but quickly caught Rosberg.
Talk to me about the race against Vettel.
Both of you have one more stop to make, Nico. Both of you have one more stop to make. He's on newer tyres. He will push to try and close the gap to you.
Say it to me simpler. So if he goes by me, then he's won? I mean, has he beat me then?
A firm.
Vettel wasn't going to be restrained and soon made his move.
Good boy.
Alonso had run as high as 8th before an energy recovery system cooling problem forced him to retire. Vettel's two-stop strategy was working better than the Mercedes three-stop. He retook the lead on lap 24 as Hamilton made his second visit to the pits. The battle for 10th got a bit heated. Hulkenberg and Kvyat made contact, while Ricciardo had to take avoiding action. A few laps later, it was the other Force India in trouble. Perez pitched Grosjean into a high-speed spin.
Can't believe it.
The final round of stops approached. Vettel led Hamilton by over 14 seconds, but Ferrari wanted to ensure Sebastian wouldn't be held up.
We plan to stop to stay in front of Rosberg.
Lap 37, they had the gap they needed, and their man was in for the hard tyres. It was a slick stop, but where would he come out?
So just watch Vettel coming out alongside you.
There was not much in it, but the Ferrari did it.
So attack him if you can.
With tyres that were already 11 laps old, Rosberg just wasn't in a position to fight, and Vettel put himself out of reach. Lap 38 and Hamilton was in for his third stop and a set of hard tyres. But would he be able to catch Vettel? F1's youngest driver on the grid took an unconventional route to the pit lane. Whilst the most experienced driver, Button, was forced to retire when his turbo let him down. It was another race to forget for McLaren. As in 2014, the Williams pair wrestled in the closing stages, but this time Bottas was able to pass Massa for fifth. The run down to the final corner was a moment for Vettel to savour. It was only his second race for Ferrari, but it was a sensational victory. The team's first since Spain 2013.
Yes, 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 great drive, Ferrari's back.
Yes! Sì, ragazzi! Oh, mi senti? Mi senti? Grazie, grazie, grazie! Dai, forza Ferrari!
They hadn't expected to achieve the maximum so early in the season. Sebastian was quick to acknowledge the significance of his maiden win for the famous Italian team. Raikkonen was fourth and Bottas finished his first race of the season in fifth. The Toro Rossos continued to shine ahead of Kvyat and Ricciardo, while Grosjean just missed out on the top 10. Victory meant Vettel leapfrogged Rosberg, Ricciardo dropped down the table, while Verstappen scored his first points in Formula One. Williams toppled Sauber, while Toro Rosso moved ahead of their senior team Red Bull. Vettel had certainly found his place in the hearts of the Scuderia.
I know it's strange to see him in this colour, but here he is. You look amazingly emotional. What's the matter with you? The last time we saw you crying, you went on to win World Championships.
Well, it's been a while. I haven't been on the top step, so it's my first time, obviously, with the Scuderia Ferrari. Speechless. I don't know. Obviously, a big change over winter, and the welcome the team gave me is just fantastic. The fans. I've only done 2 races, but it's really a great atmosphere. I'm very, very happy and proud of today. We beat them fair and square, so great achievement. We have a great car, so plenty of positives, and I guess that's why it is a bit emotional.
The first win for Ferrari was a moment he would never forget. Ferrari's sooner-than-expected return to form was the talking point at the Chinese Grand Prix.
It was all change for Ferrari over the winter of 2014-15. A new team principal, Maurizio Arrivabene, 4 times world champion Sebastian Vettel replaced Fernando Alonso, and James Allison appointed as technical director. They said it would take time. They said, give us space. It was race 2. Sebastian Vettel won the Malaysian Grand Prix, and he won it on merit too, to quote James Allison. It was a superb victory over the 2 Mercedes, and Kimi Raikkonen, effectively starting last after an early pit stop, drove his way through the field to finish 4th.
So if he goes by me, then he's won.
A firm, A firm. Good boy. Keep doing this. Pace is good.
This is a wrong tyre, man.
Okay, Kimi, pace is good,
Box, Sebastian, box.
He'll only just come out in front of you. Great move, nice one.
Yes! Grazie, dai, forza Ferrari!
Great drive. Ferrari's back.
Obviously, it was a great victory we had in Malaysia, and great for us as a team, and especially for myself, a very emotional day. My first win with Ferrari, and then to come back. I think it was Wednesday. Come back to the factory and to see all the people there was quite special. There's a lot of people working there, so you can imagine. And of course, they were very, very happy. I mean, the team hasn't won for quite a while, so I think they enjoy the fact that they have something to celebrate. There's a couple of rituals as well involved, so it was nice for them to get that feeling again. But as I said, for the next races, I think nothing has changed. We want to confirm that we have a strong package, we have a strong car, and want to make sure that we stay ahead of the people we stayed ahead of in the last couple of races. But knowing that obviously Mercedes is in a very, very strong position. When you win with Ferrari, right at the entry gate, they put the Ferrari flag, and obviously the last couple of years, so that it has been a long time since there has been a flag. I think some 10 years ago there were a lot of flags, especially at the end of the season, so this flag will stay there for the rest of the year, and we will of course try to maybe put another one sometime soon.
The prancing horse kept up their good form in China, with Vettel third behind the Mercedes. Rosberg had no answer to Hamilton, while Vettel fended off a charge from Massa. Bottas flew round the outside and eased himself up into 4th. But the job wasn't done just yet. Raikkonen and Massa were side by side, but Kimi squeezed him out to set up a nice move on Bottas for 4th. While Kvyat and Verstappen banked wheels further back. Ricciardo had lined up 7th, but when the lights went out, his anti-stall kicked in, leaving him surrounded by cars and way down the order. Perez was in the right place at the right time to take advantage when Sainz struggled with his medium tyres. The Toro Rosso spun all the way round and ended up in last place. while Maldonado had closed down on Ericsson and set about stealing 9th. Red Bull had their own issues.
Okay, Danny, you have Daniel behind. Okay, Ricciardo behind. Do not fight him. We're on different strategies.
What's he doing? Left me open, then cut me.
Danny, we are on different strategies to Daniel, okay?
Verstappen was on a different strategy to his teammate and had made up ground from 13th on the grid. He now hunted Ericsson down and had an extra boost from his DRS. After the long straight into the hairpin, he got the job done to take 10th.
Okay, good job, Max.
But there was disappointment for Hulkenberg when his race came to an abrupt end.
Oh, I lost the gearbox. Something bad happened.
Okay, copy that. Unlucky, Nico.
I think something went really wrong there. It's Big Bang.
Right, okay, understood.
I'll switch it off.
Kvyat's efforts had also been in vain.
Okay, I'm on fire, on fire, on fire.
Jump out. Jump from the chassis.
His Renault engine gave up the ghost in a plume of smoke. Verstappen was on the move again. He put a tried and tested manoeuvre on the other Sauber of Nasser. It wasn't what team manager Beat Zender wanted to see. Up front, Rosberg was worried by Hamilton's pace.
Lewis is driving very slowly, so get him to speed up.
Okay, Lewis, we maybe like to pick the pace up a little bit. Okay, Nico, we've given him the hurry up.
And with good reason.
Rosberg 1.8 seconds in front.
Mercedes didn't want to give Vettel the opportunity to undercut their man, Rosberg. Ricciardo tried to regain lost ground and was engaged in a lively tussle for 11th with Ericsson. The Red Bull looked to have done it. But then he threw it away and had to do it all again. He didn't have to wait long for another opportunity. And this time, he made it stick. Verstappen was on the move again. This time it was Perez's 8th place that was there for the taking.
Okay, good job, Max. Good job. Stay with the tires now to the end.
In the closing laps, Button and Maldonado had been engaged in an intense scrap for 13th. Now Alonso was hot on their heels, watching and waiting. So when the two collided on the entry to turn 1, Fernando was able to cruise cleanly by.
Jensen, how's the car? Is there damage to the car?
Yeah, there is to the front wing. Yeah, there is to the front wing. Have to see how it is.
Okay, cool the brakes, Pastor. We are boxing this lap to retire. Cool the brakes as much as you can before stopping, please.
Verstappen was also in trouble. With just 4 laps to go, he had to park up in a tricky position, bringing out the safety car. It was an unusual situation.
So we're going to finish behind the safety car, right?
Hey, firm, Lewis. Looks that way.
All Max's hard work had been in vain. His drivetrain had let him down. The safety car peeled off into the pit lane and left Hamilton to take the checkered flag for his 35th Grand Prix victory, ahead of Rosberg and Vettel.
Great stuff. Stellar weekend, mate.
Great job all weekend, guys. Yeah, man.
Grosjean was pleased with 7th ahead of Nasser, Ricciardo and Ericsson. Alonso had his best result of the season so far, albeit outside the top 10, and Button lost a place thanks to a penalty for the collision with Maldonado. Hamilton extended his lead at the top. Bottas moved up to 6th, but it was another disappointing race for Force India. Williams were a strong 3rd ahead of Sauber, but no points for Toro Rosso meant the balance tipped back in Red Bull's favour. The victory was elementary for Hamilton, but tensions were bubbling to the surface between the teammates.
Lewis, many congratulations. Was the race as expected in terms of the challenge from Ferrari? And also, can you talk us through that radio message you got from the team about speeding up? Were you aware that Nico was getting so backed up towards Sebastian Vettel?
I wasn't controlling his race. I was controlling my own race. But no, I mean, a great race. I'm really happy. I think definitely going into the race, we thought it would be a lot closer, and we knew that the Ferraris were very, very good with their long-run pace and also looking after their tyres. So today, the real goal was to manage the tyres. And as I said, you know, my goal was to kind of look after my car. I had no real threat from Nico through the whole race, so I just managed it, and I got to really enjoy it, to be honest. And then obviously a few of the real good fun laps were the laps before the pit stop, which I really enjoyed. And but just ultimately, it was a much smoother weekend than we had in the last race.
Just now, interesting to hear from you, Lewis, that you were just thinking about yourself with the pace in front, and necessarily that was compromising my race, because driving slower than was maybe necessary in the beginning of stints meant that Sebastian was very close to me, and that opened up the opportunity for Sebastian to try that early pit stop, to try and jump me, and then I had to cover him. So first of all, it was unnecessarily close with Sebastian as a result, and also it cost me a lot of race time as a result, because I had to cover him, and then my tires died at the end of the race because my stint was just so much longer. So I'm unhappy about that, of course, today, and other than that, not much to say.
Lewis, would you like to respond?
Not really. My job is not it's not my job to look after Nico's race. My job's to manage the car and bring the car home as healthy and as fast as possible, and that's what I did. I didn't do anything intentionally to slow any of the cars up. I just was focused on myself. If Nico wanted to get by, he could have tried, but he didn't. I'm out there driving as hard as I can, but within the constraints of the tires. So, you know, they kept coming on the radio and asking me to pick up the pace, and I'm kind of, I'm trying to manage these tires. I've basically got, you know, it's like you have 100 pounds and you have to spend it wisely over your stint. And I was trying to make my stint go as long as possible, and whilst keeping the...
How many pounds you had left at the end?
A lot. I was still hopefully still wealthy at the end of it, so...
Why didn't Nico Rosberg overtake his Mercedes teammate Lewis Hamilton if he was complaining that he was driving so slowly in the race? Rosberg, of course, got off the line worse than Hamilton, was behind him on the grid, so he was anyway in second place, and he had Sebastian Vettel behind him. There's two key points you need to bear in mind here. The first one is he couldn't get too close to the back of Hamilton, because if you do that with these cars, the hot air and the dirt coming off the car in front actually damages your front tyres particularly, and that's a big problem in China. So you have to step back a little bit, about 2 seconds behind. So Rosberg couldn't get close enough to Hamilton to give him a hurry up. Now, another reason why Rosberg was in a bit of a pincer movement is because whereas last year Mercedes was able to give the car that was running second on the road a different kind of strategy to give him a chance to race at the end, this year, because Sebastian Vettel and the Ferrari is so close behind, only less than 2 seconds behind at the end of the first stint, if you try something really wacky on the strategy with the second car, there's a risk if it goes wrong that he'll end up behind the Ferrari. So that means, if you look at it, that a lot of the front-running teams are running very similar strategies between their two cars. So that's why Rosberg was so frustrated after the Grand Prix. He hadn't been able to give Hamilton a hurry-up, and he didn't have anything he could do strategically to try and beat him there either.
McLaren's awful start to the season showed no sign of improving. They decided to withdraw Button's car after recurring electrical glitches threatened to cause another power unit failure. While a sensor failure on the formation lap left Massa's Williams stranded on the grid. The car was pushed clear for a reboot, and he was able to start the race from the pit lane. For the second time in 3 races, Vettel lined up next to Hamilton on the front row. But when the lights went out, the Mercedes driver wasn't fazed and left his teammate to harass Sebastian into turn 1. But 4th place Raikkonen had other ideas and made a bold move around the outside to take 3rd. By lap 4, Hamilton and Vettel had pulled clear, while Rosberg closed on Raikkonen and managed to outbrake him into turn 1. Kimi fought back. But had to concede 3rd place. By the end of lap 8, Rosberg had the sub-1 second gap to Vettel that he needed to use his DRS. And with the extra speed, he put on a lightning show of pace to steal 2nd in spectacular style. The team was happy with that move. But probably not so pleased to see this from Nico a few laps later.
Made a mistake.
Copy, copy.
With the Ferraris in range, they had to act. So after Vettel stopped on lap 13, Rosberg was brought in before Hamilton.
Rosberg in the pits now. Rosberg in the pits. Push.
It will be tight on exit with Vettel.
But with Rosberg at the pit lane speed limit and Vettel on the main straight, the Ferrari breezed past.
OK, so attack him now on fresh tyres.
Hamilton came in for his stop next time around, but his extra time on old tyres had let Vettel and Rosberg reduce his lead, and it would be nip and tuck.
So you have Nico, Vettel behind, they are racing.
As Hamilton exited the pits, Rosberg made a dramatic move on Vettel.
That's a little bit close for comfort then, right?
Okay, firm Lewis, that feels that way.
Box, 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 box.
I think I need to stop.
OK, Felipe, let's box this lap. Box past to box.
Lap 24, and the scrap for 10th was about to go to the pit lane. Nasser led Massa and Maldonado, and the mechanics took over. Massa reached the pit box first and was soon back on the move.
And you need to watch Massa coming behind now. Watch your mirror.
It wasn't a good stop for the Swiss team. Nasser had lost 2 places and dropped behind the other 2. Lap 30, and Sainz pulled off the track with a mystery problem. As team boss Franz Tost contemplated the loss of one car, Verstappen coasted in with an electrical fault in the other. Just ahead on the road, Vettel pushed hard, trying to keep ahead of Rosberg. But running wide just made Nico's life easier. And left Sebastian with the feeling that something was amiss.
Okay, I think I have some damage on the front wing. Don't know why, but don't know understeer. Keep an eye on the sensors, please.
A trip over the curbs could have damaged something. Either way, he was feeling uneasy.
Nose change, box, box.
Okay, copy.
The new nose was prepared. But the unscheduled stop destroyed the comfortable gap he'd had over fifth-placed Bottas. And he emerged behind Valtteri. Raikkonen now led, but he still needed to make one more stop. Alonso's lapped McLaren was an irritation he didn't need.
He's slowing me down, so blue flags.
Copy, Kimi, copy. Blue flags for Alonso, we're on it.
Kimi was right to be angered by the delay. Hamilton had closed. The Mercedes driver used the extra grip from his fresher tyres and DRS to power past on the main straight. And into the path of Hulkenberg, who had emerged from the pits. Lap 40, and Kimi made his final stop of the afternoon. His pace had been excellent on the medium tyre. Now he would be on the faster soft tyres for the final stint and would be a force to be reckoned with. Maldonado pitted from an encouraging 7th, but it was about to go wrong.
I got the anti-stall. The anti-stall is in.
You need to pull the clutch paddles, clear the anti-stall faster. Pull the clutch paddles.
And in that, but it's still in. Engine caught, engine's down.
The mechanics pushed the car back to the pit for a lengthy engine reset and restart. It should have been his first points of the season, rather than a lowly 15th position. Raikkonen had put his soft tyres to good effect and had eaten away at Rosberg's advantage. Mercedes had been struggling with high brake temperatures all race, and with 2 laps to go, Rosberg's brake-by-wire system finally failed. And Raikkonen moved up into second. Hamilton had the same issue on the final lap, but his lead allowed him to cruise to the checkered flag. It was his second win in a week and his third of the season. Daniel Ricciardo claimed 6th in his Red Bull despite this dramatic engine blow-up as he came out of the final corner. With fireworks both on and off the track, Bahrain went out with a bang. Raikkonen was just over 3 seconds behind Hamilton at the checkered flag, while a disappointed Vettel felt a podium could have been possible. Ricciardo equalled his best result of the season with 6th, while Alonso again just missed out on scoring his first points of the year. 2 Mercedes and 2 Ferrari sat at the top of the table with just 1 point between Rosberg and Vettel. Red Bull got both cars in the points for only the second time this year, and another 7th place for Grosjean saw Lotus leap up to 6th. Kimi proved he was back on form, but the night belonged to Hamilton.
It was never really under massive threat. It wasn't easy, that's for sure, but yeah. And then we had some problems right at the last couple of laps, which was a bit worrying for a moment, but we were fine. We made it. The team won't be able to tell me how close it was. with the brakes. But I mean, they had a moment where they weren't working so well, and then I made a real quick adjustment, and they started to work, no problem. But I just took it easy because I had the gap, I'd done the job, so I was like, I'm just gonna bring it home.
Despite running conservative power unit settings in Bahrain, Renault's reliability woes were a major concern for Red Bull heading to Europe. Both parties tried to remain optimistic, but the cracks were beginning to show.
Well, it's getting better. So Cyril keeps telling us. Basically, what we're trying to do is to work in coordination with Renault to assist the areas where they're perhaps not so strong. The strengths that we have in Milton Keynes can be applied to helping, Renault engineer themselves out of their current predicament.
I'm not sure that Christian will actually confirm that there is a lot of Red Bull in the engine that was in Melbourne, but there are areas where we've been a little bit complacent in developing when we were extremely successful, like in particular simulation and software development and so on and so forth. We have the opportunity to have a better collaboration. The culture is different, the mindset is different, working practice is different. So I think this is basically the change management that we have to drive in order to and make sure that we align the interest of both parties long term and from a strategic perspective. If we do that, I'm pretty sure that we can be a very successful Formula.
Well, I think where the problem is has been quite apparent probably in the first few races, but Renault are working hard to try and recover that situation. It's not delivered what anybody wanted at the moment in terms of performance or reliability, but hopefully that's still there to be unleashed.
Clearly it's not the start of the season that we wanted to have, but before we can talk about upgrade, which basically refer to performance, we really need to make sure that we control reliability.
After a brief break, the circuit at Barcelona-Catalunya kicked off the start of the European season. Carlos Sainz qualified a superb 5th at his first home Grand Prix. Rosberg was on pole position for the first time this season. Could the Ferraris in 3rd and 7th mount a challenge to the all-Mercedes front row? Lights out, but too much wheel spin left Hamilton on the back foot and allowed Vettel to seize 2nd. And gave Bottas a glimmer of hope. Raikkonen needed to make up ground and had to tackle the Toro Rossos. Initially, they held firm. But Kimi was feeling feisty. Grosjean had made gains at the start, but he ran wide and into the path of his teammate. Never a popular move.
Don't touch me, just check my phone.
All okay, Romain, all okay, keep pushing, keep pushing.
Romain continued, but by the time the first round of stops arrived, Pastor was in trouble. The mechanics took an innovative approach to the situation. They simply ripped off part of the broken end plate and sent Pastor on his way. Hamilton hadn't managed to negotiate his way round Vettel to chase down Rosberg.
It's impossible to get close.
We're thinking of plan B.
Needs to be, I can't get close.
Okay, then so box. Do the opposite to Vettel.
Plan B was to convert from a 2-stop to 3, and by pitting before Vettel, Mercedes hoped to undercut the Ferrari. He needed a flawless stop. But he lost time because of the left rear. Ferrari responded by bringing Vettel in on the next lap.
Racing Hamilton out of the pits.
Okay, so Vettel had a clean stop. Looks like he'll be ahead.
Hamilton 2 seconds behind you. Well done.
Fernando had been running in 14th, but his rear brakes failed, so he overshot his box. Thankfully, the front jackman leapt out of the way.
Okay, Fernando. Let's switch the car off, We're going to have to retire.
Racing director Eric Boulier could only watch as another below-par afternoon unfolded for the Woking mark. Lap 35, Hamilton had made his second stop, but Raikkonen was yet to do so. With fresh tyres and the advantage of DRS, Lewis blasted past and set about closing the gap to Vettel and Rosberg. The Lotus mechanics waited for Grosjean to approach for his second stop. Romain blamed a slippery pit lane and tyre degradation for his overshoot, and was able to rejoin after a rather lengthy pit stop. Fortunately, the front jackman wasn't badly injured, and his Lotus colleagues could see the funny side. But there was more disappointment to come. Maldonado finally had to call it a day thanks to the bodywork damage from earlier in the race. Lewis made a third stop under the watchful eye of brother Nicholas. Plan B had worked to beat Vettel, but Hamilton was 20 seconds behind Rosberg and wasn't going to be able to catch him. The battle for ninth went to the bitter end between Kvyat and Sainz. They brushed, but it was Carlos who stayed ahead. There were no last lap dramas for leader Rosberg, who took his first victory of the season with a convincing 17-second margin over Hamilton.
Good job, Nico. Good job. Excellent race. Well managed. Really good job.
Well done, Nico. Absolutely fantastic pole position and fantastic race. Well done.
Thank you, Paddy. Also from you guys, thank you. Very perfect weekend.
A good day in the office.
Indeed.
Rosberg secured his first win since Brazil 2014. That first podium of 2015 still eluded Bottas and Massa, while a poor opening lap compromised the rest of the race for Kvyat. Nico closed on Lewis, Grosjean continued to make progress, and Sainz ended a dry spell with 2 points. Both Mercedes drivers had finished every race on the podium. Red Bull still lagged behind, and there was no sign of improvement from McLaren. He was thrilled to be back on the top step. And a heavily pregnant Vivian wasn't the only one to be very proud of her husband's achievement.
It's a great weekend, you know, and I'm very happy. It all worked out. Qualifying was already a very, very important and big step, you know, and then I had an awesome start as well, which I'm happy about. So all worked out, and yeah, cool.
Totally in control all the way through the race. Was there ever any fear of the threat being posed by either Sebastian or Lewis today?
No, never. I was, in that sense, you know, not the most difficult races for me, but it's good to have such races also from time to time.
Momentum swinging very much back in your favour as we go now to your home race.
I don't know about momentum. I'm not thinking about that at the moment. I'm just celebrating the win today, and that's it. And then I'll start working on Monaco tomorrow, and looking forward to that.
Monaco, one of the most distinctive of all Grand Prix circuits. But how's this for a vantage point? I'm up here at La Roche with the fans, with the Formula One fans, and we're looking down on the most amazing Formula One panorama. To my right, we have the harbour, we have the Formula One paddock area, we have the entry to Rascasse, we have the entry into the pit lane, and we have the exit of Rascasse onto the pit straight. What more could you want? This is Formula One extraordinaire, and I'm going to have a chat to some of the fans to see what they think about this greatest of all Grand Prix.
So where are you from? I'm from Gwangju City, South Korea.
They call me Chucky. I'm from just outside Toronto, Canada. This is my 13th year in this spot, exactly in this same chair.
I'm from Hitchin, just near Lewis Hamilton's home, Stevenage.
I took several photos from here and I sent it to my friends back in Korea, and they kind of totally jealous of me. They're my name's William in Korea. Like William, you've been in Monaco, you're watching an F1 game, like it's amazing. Like yeah, man.
First time at Monaco?
First time at Monaco, yes, and I'm loving it. It's brilliant.
The atmosphere is incredible. The people are incredible. I've been to Monza. That atmosphere is amazing, but this one tops it each year.
It's like kind of phenomenal, really, really awesome car, and I drive it. It's exciting, really exciting.
Sensational atmosphere up here, and as you can see behind me, the grandstands aren't yet full. As this turns to the weekend and we head towards race day, I cannot imagine what it's going to be like up here when the grandstands are full. The place will be packed. To some extent, the heart of the Monaco Grand Prix can be felt each day at moments like this, when the action's over and the track is open to the public. I say track, of course, they are public roads, and the fans make good use of them. You can get up close and personal with the guardrail, with the curbs, and then there are the boats out here in the harbour. It is, for the fans, a Formula One treasure. Here you can touch and feel Formula One in a way that's impossible on a normal road course. The magic of Monte Carlo, well, the circuit certainly, but also this, the famous harbour. Big buildings, big boats, big mountains, and all around you, exquisite hardware. To my right, the La Rascasse hairpin, lots to see there, and around the harbour, the Formula One paddock, filling Monte Carlo as if it is its second home. And I suppose that's what makes Monte Carlo so special. It works perfectly and seamlessly, and the fans here have a unique view of Formula One that cannot be compared with anywhere else on the Formula One calendar.
The twisty streets of Monaco have a magical allure, but there's no denying that a good grid position is crucial. A lock-up from Rosberg proved very costly on his final flying lap. So, Hamilton took his first ever pole position in the Principality. The A-list was out in force, with models Kylie Jenner and Gigi Hadid taking fashion tips from Lewis. Michael Fassbender and Alicia Vikander got up close at Red Bull. Model Cara Delevingne was the only grid girl amongst the boys. And Pharrell Williams tried out the Lotus for size. Sainz had missed the weighbridge after qualifying, so was penalised by having to start from the pit lane. But grid position is only part of it. A good start is equally important when those 5 lights go out. And Hamilton had that covered with a perfect getaway. The Red Bulls were quick out of the blocks, while Vettel had a look down the inside of Rosberg. The Sauber of Nasser had a good view of contact between Massa and Hulkenberg that left the Williams plummeting down through the field. Hamilton led Rosberg, Vettel, Kvyat, Ricciardo, Raikkonen, Perez and Maldonado. There was more contact ahead of Nasser. Alonso and Hulkenberg touched, sending the Force India into the barriers. It took a few manoeuvres and some help from the marshals. But eventually he rejoined the field, albeit in last place. The replay showed Alonso locking up and sliding into Hulkenberg. Fernando would receive a 5-second time penalty to be taken at his stop, while Nico had to pit for a new front wing. Another lap 1 casualty was Massa. He too needed attention, but his team had a bit of trouble removing the damaged front wing before the new one could be fitted.
Okay, Felipe, so we had a look at the car. Everything is okay. Everything is okay.
Lap 6, and Verstappen was going strong. He'd maintained his starting position of 9th and had honed right in on the Lotus of Maldonado, with Button watching in the wings. It might have been his first time in Monaco, but Max wasn't daunted and made a fantastic move into Saint-Devote to move up into 8th.
Got him. Good job.
Maldonado had been suffering from a lack of brake pedal pressure from the start, and now he retired in the pits due to a suspected hydraulic leak.
Yeah, okay, I'm afraid we're going to have to retire you, Pastor. We're going to have to retire you.
Alonso had hoped to score points, but his dreadful season continued, and he pulled off after 41 laps. Fernando was forced to keep his cool when an overheating issue curtailed his race. Out front, Hamilton made it look easy, but he wasn't cruising and leaving anything to chance.
Everything okay?
Everything's fine, Lewis. Just keep doing what you're doing.
A slow first stop had cost Verstappen several places, but he battled his way back up to 11th behind Grosjean when it all went wrong.
You okay, Max? I'm okay.
The accident changed the face of the race and saw the new virtual safety car deployed for the very first time.
Virtual safety car, virtual safety car, virtual safety car, virtual safety car. So look at your dash, look at the boards. Keep positive, stay positive, and you are staying out. So we are staying out and you're just staying positive. Okay, Lewis, the safety car has been deployed.
You sure it's the best thing to stay out?
Nope, we will be boxing the end of the lap. Boxing the end of the lap, so just stay positive. Stay positive. We are going to go plus 1.5 turns for the option tyre, unless you tell us different. Okay, let's just give us click confirm. Okay, so we are now staying out, staying out, staying out, staying out. Just confirm on the radio.
Guys, that's not good. These tyres have lost all their temperature. Everyone's going to be on options now.
Okay, copy, copy. Box, 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 box. So cancel brake magic, cancel the brake magic. So caution on pit entry. So RS modes, RS modes, RS modes, RS modes. So cancel RS, cancel RS. Watch the line on pit exit.
What's happened, guys? Guys, what's happened?
Okay, Lewis, so we got caught behind. So we're just getting a look now, just having a look now. We're just reviewing the video, just reviewing the video. So stick the brake warming on, let's get some temperature into these brakes. Okay, Lewis, so we have lost the marshalling system. We've lost the marshalling system, so we may need to do something to override DRS.
I've lost this race, haven't I?
Not if they lose all their tyre temp. If they're on the prime tyre, you've got a very good option on the car at the moment.
How many laps left?
We've got 13 laps remaining.
It had been a terrible mistake to bring Hamilton in for a tyre change. The safety car pulled into the pit lane with just 8 laps to go. Rosberg led from Vettel, both of them still on their well-worn soft tyres, ahead of Hamilton on new, faster super softs. Lewis hoped this would help him claw something back. And he was soon right on the back of Sebastian. Lewis could see Nico pulling away and increasing his lead. A lap later, Ricciardo barged past Raikkonen at Mirabeau.
Get out of my way.
His next target was teammate Kvyat in fourth.
Daniel behind on fresh options on a different strategy, okay? Do not hold him up.
Okay, good for him.
No, Danny, we will switch it back if he doesn't make any progress, okay? We'll switch it back, but at the moment he's on a different strategy, so do not hold him up.
Okay, Daniel, we will be released to have attack the cars ahead.
Okay, good lad.
With Hamilton stuck behind the slower Ferrari of Vettel, Rosberg had pulled out a comfortable buffer and drove to his third consecutive win on the streets of Monaco.
Woohoo! Yes!
Sebastian was second, ahead of a very disgruntled Lewis and the two Red Bulls.
Yeah, thank you, Daniel. It's important we do this.
Understood.
He duly eased off and let Kvyat retake fourth.
Okay, mate, thanks for your discipline there.
There was finally some good news for McLaren. Button finished eighth to claim his and the team's first points of the season. Kvyat secured his best finish in Formula One to date, but teammate Ricciardo couldn't quite convert the strategy gamble into a podium. Perez was seventh ahead of Button, Nasser and Sainz. Nico reduced the gap to his teammate, while Vettel made his presence felt. It was the first time that both Williams had failed to score this year, and there was huge relief for McLaren finally to be out of the blocks, but there was still a long way to go. With echoes of Senna in 1988, Lewis needed to take stock at Portier.
Okay, Lewis, I know you don't want it, mate, but if you could drive around to the Royal Box just as part of the normal procedure.
Nico was only the fourth driver to win 3 successive races in Monaco after Graham Hill, Prost and Senna, while Lewis could not hide his frustration. Vettel tried to console Hamilton, but it was Rosberg who held aloft the winner's trophy. While Lewis put on a brave face in front of the dignitaries and members of the Monaco royal family.
I'm sure I speak for millions of people when I say, I'm sorry for you, Lewis, that didn't work out today.
Yeah, it was not the easiest of races, but you know, the team has done an amazing all year long, and we win and we lose together. So you know, I'm just grateful for the job that I did, and congratulations to Nico and Sebastian.
Can you tell us why your car was brought in? You had quite a big gap, didn't you? And then the safety car picked you up. Your car was pitted, and your teammates wasn't.
I'm sure we'll sit down afterwards and try and think of ways we can improve.
How bad is it? How bad do you feel now? You've lost the Monaco Grand Prix, been taken away from you. What's going through your mind?
Come back to win the next one.
Okay, some positive thoughts there from Lewis Hamilton. And finally then back to the man who won the race. You must love safety cars now, but that's helped you in the World Championship and very much game on.
Yeah, but at the same time, you know, I know that I got lucky today, so I'm just, you know, just enjoy the moment now. But I need to work hard because Lewis was a little bit stronger this weekend, so I need to work hard for next race for sure.
Okay, a lot of honesty here on the podium. It's always a privilege to drive around here in a Formula One car, and these guys.
I'm
really,
happy.
We got one happy driver here at least. Good stuff.
Lewis Hamilton losing the Monaco Grand Prix, having dominated the race for 68 laps, is one of the most extraordinary reversals we've seen in modern Formula One. No wonder Hamilton was so dejected on the podium after the race. So what went wrong for the reigning world champion? Basically, Hamilton had a very good lead, over 26 seconds over Rosberg as he went through the Casino Square on that ill-fated in-lap. Now, to make a pit stop in Monaco at racing speeds, you need about 22 seconds of margin to retain your position. Under a safety car condition, that comes to more like 12. Hamilton had 26 as he went through the Casino Square, but then he caught up the safety car. Now, that was travelling at a lower speed than the safety car delta time, which the other drivers, who are not yet picked up by the safety car, have to travel at. And as that gap came down, it was very difficult for Mercedes to assess the maths and how big a gap he actually had. In fact, when he turned into the pit lane, it was more like about 10 seconds. And so it wasn't enough. Why did they feel the stop was necessary? Well, Sebastian Vettel, potentially in the Ferrari, could have done the same thing, switching on to the super soft. He had a big enough gap to the fourth-place car, and then he would have been able to attack the two Mercedes in the closing lap. So they wanted to cover that off. They could, of course, have realised the mistake when Hamilton entered the pit lane. He could have driven through the pit lane and still retained his position. Lots of other permutations, but at the end of the day, they made the wrong call because they were looking at the wrong data at the wrong time.
After Monaco, it's Canada, an event that's always hugely popular with the fans.
Montreal because the atmosphere is always great.
The circuit is very, very special.
It's like a Christmas season for us.
Oh, it is so awesome. It is unbelievable.
Love it. Fabulous city, fabulous race. Always great to come back to.
They change the car every year, so I have to make a new hat every year.
In Montreal, anything goes. There's going to be a surprise.
As well as the fans, the stars of Hollywood were out in force again, with the likes of Al Pacino, Vincent Cassel and Michael Fassbender soaking up the atmosphere. British actors Nicholas Hoult and James McAvoy were in the thick of it on the grid. While Hollywood legend Michael Douglas is a regular with McLaren in Montreal. Vettel was only 18th on the grid thanks to an MGU-H problem in qualifying. Bottas was 4th, next to the other Ferrari of Raikkonen. That left another Mercedes front row, with Hamilton taking his 4th pole at the circuit Gilles Villeneuve. Sergio Marchionne paid a visit to the Ferrari garage, but hoped to see how well his team could respond after qualifying. Hamilton made a perfect start and Grosjean went straight on the attack. Maldonado dropped back while Raikkonen tried to squeeze Rosberg, but that left him exposed as the field concertinaed through turn 2. They all made it through the first few corners unscathed, while both Force Indias tried their luck around the outside. Hulkenberg made it past Maldonado's Lotus for 6th, but Perez had lost a place to Ricciardo and was now 10th. Vettel had made good progress from his lowly grid position, and by lap 4 he lined up Alonso for 13th. He came into the pits for his first tyre change at the end of lap 7 and really couldn't afford to be delayed by a troublesome left rear wheel. Massa was also on a fight back after starting 15th. He was tantalisingly close to the top 10, but Ericsson was not just going to hand over the position. Felipe clung on and sealed the deal, a moment of satisfaction for his team and brother Eduardo. Vettel had soon caught up with Alonso, who was yet to pit and in trouble.
Okay, Fernando, we must save fuel. We must target 0.
I don't want.
We're going to have big problems later if we don't.
have big problems now. Driving with this and looking like amateur. So I race and then I concentrated the fuel.
Raikkonen was the first of the front runners to stop on lap 26, but this spin on his outlap was an annoyance he really didn't need.
That's exactly the same happened last year. Suddenly they just the cake kicks in.
Understood. Let's just get back in the rhythm.
The time lost meant that when Bottas made his pit stop a few laps later, he rejoined third ahead of Kimi. Second place Rosberg was on the limit. But that wouldn't help him catch and pass his teammate. Hamilton was the first Mercedes to make his one and only stop. And it was executed to perfection. The next lap, and Nico was in. It was another good stop from the team, but it wasn't enough to leapfrog Lewis. Hulkenberg was 7th, with a feisty-looking Vettel bearing down on him. Nico ended up the wrong way round, while Sebastian felt slightly confused.
Where's Hulkenberg? I did not touch him. Where is he?
He's spun in the chicane.
Alonso suffered his third consecutive retirement, this time thanks to an exhaust issue. There was more action on track when Grosjean tried to lap Will Stevens.
He hit me.
Box, I got a puncture on the front right. Grosjean hit me. He's so stupid, he comes across in front of me every single time he overtakes. Where did you want me to go, off the track?
This is not possible.
The Lotus had run as high as 5th for much of the race. But the incident and a 5-second penalty from the stewards would undo all of his hard work. Vettel continued his recovery drive, and Maldonado's 5th place was there for the taking. Sebastian didn't need to be asked twice, but at least he kept Pastor in his mirrors this time. You couldn't take your eyes off the action for a second. Now Maldonado wrestled with Massa, who moved up to 6th with ease. It was the scene of his maiden victory in 2007. Now Lewis took win number 37, just 2 seconds ahead of Nico. Rosberg still lacked the edge to beat his teammate. A remarkable opening stint on the Supersofts helped Bottas en route to the podium. Vettel's recovery was boosted by Grosjean's misdemeanor, while Maldonado scored his first points of the year. Ricciardo failed to score for the first time since Brazil 2014, while Nasser was still the highest-placed rookie. Ferrari had dropped back, and Lotus finally got both cars home in the top 10, but they could have achieved so much more. It had been a fantastic and demanding race with both fuel and brakes on the limit for Mercedes. Williams were just relieved to finally end their podium drought thanks to Bottas.
How good does it feel to be back on the podium this year?
Feels really good. Obviously first podium here, and from next race onwards, 12 months ago, we really started our good season last year. So yeah, I'm just really looking forward to the next few races. I think with the updates we have for Austria and onwards, I'm quite optimistic that we can have strong results also in the future.
The beautiful Styrian Mountains set the scene for round 8 of the Formula One World Championship, and the battle for supremacy at Mercedes stepped up a gear in qualifying. Hamilton pushed too hard on his final flying lap. He couldn't improve, but was on provisional pole for the moment. All eyes were now on Rosberg, until he ran wide at the last corner on his final attempt. Nico knew it was a wasted opportunity, and he would line up second next to his teammate. Third-placed Vettel studied the split times, while Massa was happy with fourth. There were power units penalties aplenty. Both McLarens were relegated to the back of the grid thanks to numerous changes, and would also have to serve time penalties during the race. While both Red Bulls used a fifth internal combustion engine and had plenty to do at the team's home event. Toto Wolff was born in Vienna, so he too was looking for a good result in front of his home fans. Both Mercedes drivers had something to prove after making rare mistakes on Saturday. Rosberg made a perfect start, but Hamilton had too much wheel spin, and it was the German who took the inside line to lead. Vettel maintained position ahead of Massa, while the Toro Rossos were quick on the gas. Verstappen jumped Bottas, while Hamilton tried to regain lost ground. Raikkonen was in the midfield melee. He ended up in a frightening collision with Alonso. Fortunately, both drivers were unhurt.
And Fernando, can you switch the car off right-hand side and left-hand side? Just confirm you're okay.
Fernando had already started to climb out from the wreckage, but it was an alarming sight.
Is Fernando okay? Is Fernando okay?
Yep, Jensen, he's out of the car, he's okay.
Kimi appeared to lose control on the exit of turn 2. And the McLaren ended up on the Ferrari after sliding along the barrier. The safety car came in at the end of lap 6 and the race was back on. It was Rosberg from Hamilton, Vettel, Massa, Hülkenberg, Verstappen, Bottas and Nasr. Lotus wanted another top 10 finish, but when Grosjean made a move on 9th place Sainz, he left the door wide open for Perez and fell behind instead. Button joined Alonso on the sidelines when the team chose to retire his car as a precaution after he suffered an intake system sensor failure. And Ericsson had run into difficulties.
Andy Richter.
Okay, copy. Switch off procedure, full switch off procedure.
It's on again.
We can continue.
It just went black, the whole screen. I seem to be working again, I don't know.
Yeah, keep driving, keep driving.
Hülkenberg struggling a lot on these tyres, battery is full.
Hülkenberg had run a superb 5th for the opening part of the race, but on lap 25, Bottas pounced.
Beautiful job, nice one. So you are in the window regardless, you are in the window.
Lap 31 and the timing of pit stops was being carefully monitored.
Okay, Lewis, so we're needing to extend this stint because cars are staying out. Pit window still got a couple of cars in it.
It was a one-stop race, but the team wasn't taking anything for granted. At the end of lap 33, Rosberg headed to the pit lane. There was no margin for error. And his mechanics didn't let him down. 2 laps later, and Lewis was in to make the switch from super soft to softs. Again, it was a slick stop. But as he rejoined, Lewis allowed his left front tyre to drift over the white line, and the team soon had to break the bad news.
Okay, Lewis, we have a penalty for crossing the white line on exit. It's just a 5-second penalty. This will be added to our race time. So that means that we need to be 5 seconds ahead of the car behind to maintain our position.
Which one did I touch?
It was pit exit, pit exit.
Ferrari's pace in P2 and P3 had flattered to deceive. Vettel hadn't challenged the leaders, but remained a solid third. Until a delay with the right rear wheel left him vulnerable to an assault from Massa.
Okay, Felipe, Mode 2, you're racing Vettel at the pit exit. Push, push.
As Vettel exited the pit lane, Massa was long gone.
Okay, Felipe, that's good. We're well ahead of Vettel.
And with no more stops to make, could he stay ahead? Former Ferrari man Rob Smedley watched as Vettel relentlessly closed the gap to his man. Before long, he was within range for DRS. But the experienced Massa used all his skill and the might of the Mercedes power unit to hold the Ferrari at bay. Verstappen was 7th with 3 laps to go.
Maldonado coming fast on option. He's 1 second now, a lap faster.
Maldonado was on a push. Despite a massive moment on the pit straight, he kept it on track and took 7th.
Nice job. Now just need to look after those front brakes if you can.
The replay showed just how out of shape the Lotus had been, and what a great save it had been from the much maligned Venezuelan. Rosberg had been unchallenged for the second half of the race and took his 2nd consecutive Austrian Grand Prix victory from Hamilton.
Yes, come on, guys.
Great job, Nico. Great job.
Awesome car today. Thank you very much.
Massa held off Vettel until the flag for 3rd.
Well done, mate. That was a absolutely great weekend. That was a really, really good weekend. Really proud of you. As I said to you a few races ago, not bad for an old man. Good lad, thank you.
Yep. Not bad for an old man.
Hamilton maintained the 5-second penalty gap to stay 2nd. Bottas remained 5th ahead of Hulkenberg and Maldonado, while Ricciardo did an incredible first stint of 50 laps on the soft tyres to finish 10th. Rosberg's victory reduced the gap to Hamilton, while Verstappen got his first points since Malaysia. Williams looked to take the fight to Ferrari, Lotus had slipped back, and Force India had made steady progress. Nico celebrated his 3rd win from 4 races. Was the championship momentum now with him? Meanwhile, Massa and his family rejoiced in his long-awaited return to the podium.
Felipe, upgrades on the car, another podium for the team, and you kept the Ferrari behind you as well. Must feel like a great day.
Yeah, I think it was a fantastic day for us. So managed to finish in the podium for the first podium of the season. So I hope we can have a lot more than that. But I think we did everything correct today. We managed to get the opportunity which was from mistakes that Ferrari had today, and I'm so happy with that. I understood that he was going to be close to me at the end of the race, and he was. It was not easy to keep him behind, but I just managed not to make any mistakes and keep him behind, so I'm so happy.
Next up was the British Grand Prix at Silverstone, another fans' favourite.
So, who do we got?
We've got a Brit. From McLaren, it's Jenson Button!
Fernando Alonso!
The popular man here.
It's great to be here, guys, and it's great to see so many people here enjoying Silverstone this weekend.
Maybe at the end of the year you might get some podiums, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, podiums, wow. We can dream.
So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Lewis Hamilton and Nico Rosberg.
You had your problems in Austria. Are you ready for tomorrow? You're going to do it?
You know, I can't believe how many people are here. It's incredible.
It's brilliant, I know.
Well, we know there's a beautiful lady in your life, your wife Vivian.
Oh, we're very, very excited. Yeah, in August we're expecting our first child, so very exciting times. Really looking forward to it. Thank you for that. Thank you.
Who's your favourite teammate?
I don't think anyone has a favourite teammate. No one likes a teammate. I'm kidding.
Sending the hats into the crowd. So this has to be the biggest crowd that I've seen here.
It's the best. I've never seen so many British fans, so it's honestly, it's amazing to be here. The support is incredible, and as I said before, I appreciate it so much. All these caps down here, it's crazy.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to bring out that happy driver, so show your appreciation for Sebastian Vettel. Actually, I know from seeing you on stage before that you're pretty handy with knocking out some beats, and could you go and play us something? Is that it?
Is that it?
When Kimi comes, I want to have Johnny between us. Come here. Come
we're going back.
Are we ready for Kimi Räikkönen? We've become a father this year. How's changing dirty nappies?
Well, it's okay, but luckily I don't have to do it so much, so I'm fine with it. But, you know, it's not so difficult, you know.
A recent poll, the biggest poll's ever been done, you'd come out as the fans' favourite. He almost smiled.
I mean, hats off to all the people.
What's it like working with this man?
Oh, it's fine, no problem.
We'll show our appreciation for Sebastian Vettel and Kimi Räikkönen.
Honestly, I really just want to say thank you all for coming. I hope that we can put on a good show for you tomorrow, and I hope people that got the caps on and stuff, I hope that I can make you proud tomorrow.
The fans forum was a big hit with the crowds, and they weren't disappointed with qualifying either. The driver that so many had come to support took pole position. His 8th from 9 races so far this season. He was over the moon. Williams hoped for a good home race with Massa 3rd and Bottas 4th. But the first retirement of the race came before the start, when Nasser's Sauber got stuck in 6th gear on the way to the grid. It's a fast-flowing track, and its high-speed corners allow for plenty of overtaking. The Mercedes didn't make the most of the clear track, but the Williams pair made lightning starts. Massa rocketed into the lead, while Bottas had his hands full with Hamilton. Felipe pulled away, while Lewis found his feet. But the Lotuses and McLarens were in trouble. It was a scene that the Williams team was more than happy to relive. Verstappen had started 13th and got a good view of the mayhem ahead. Ricciardo made contact with Grosjean, who hit Maldonado, while the two McLarens also collided. Button saw his teammate avoid the crashing Lotuses, but he couldn't avoid Jensen, who became an instant retirement. He wasn't the only one.
Switch the car off, Pastor, switch the car off.
And Grosjean faced a lonely walk back from turn 3. The safety car came in at the end of lap 3, and straight away Hamilton attacked Massa for the lead. But he ran wide at Vale, and Bottas struck back and grabbed second. Hamilton was on the back foot, and he had to repel his teammate, who was being hounded by Hülkenberg. Verstappen had avoided the lap 1 chaos, but he had his own situation on lap 4.
Okay with the car, Max?
The reverse is not working.
Okay, kill the engine, kill the engine, kill the engine.
Okay, Felipe, this is good. So we are not racing with your teammate. Let's pull away together. We need to pull away together from the moats. Instruction, no racing your teammate for now. Do not race your teammate. I have no pace. Copy. No racing for now. We'll keep you advised.
By lap 9, Williams faced a dilemma.
Can I overtake? I can do it in the back straight.
The team considered his request.
Tell me.
Yes.
Repeat.
Yes, you can.
Valtteri pulled alongside, but couldn't make the pass.
That was too late.
While Claire and Frank Williams looked on, Massa was being warned about his teammates' intentions.
Okay, Felipe, so Valtteri is going to try and attack you on the back straight. He will try and attack you with DRS. It has to be a very clean move, and you need to pull away when you're in front.
With Massa forewarned, Bottas never got another chance. Mercedes tried to trick Williams into stopping early by sending their mechanics rushing out into the pit lane at the end of lap 14. But they didn't fall for it, and their cars remained on track. By lap 19, Mercedes were ready to bring Hamilton in for real.
Okay, so box. Gets picked from confirm.
Can I do the opposite or not?
Negative. Just box regardless.
Hamilton headed down the pit lane. But when would Williams respond?
Okay, so Massa's in now, all to play for.
Both Massa and Rosberg were in on the following lap. It was going to be very close.
Okay, traffic, Mercedes, traffic.
With the inside line as they approached pit exit, Massa had the advantage and kept it. But Hamilton had done enough on his outlap to jump ahead and would take the lead once Bottas had made his stop. The outlook was bleak for Toro Rosso when Sainz coasted to a halt from 9th. A suspected electrical problem was to blame. Dark clouds now covered the circuit and rain was predicted.
Getting pretty dark.
Okay, copy that, Lewis. Something's on its way.
It certainly was, but it only fell on parts of the circuit. At the northern end, it was very slippery. Bottas and Rosberg tiptoed down the old pit straight. But a twitch from Valtteri at Copse was the ray of sunshine that Nico was looking for, and it allowed him to power past.
Good job, Nico, good job. Just close down Massa.
But that wasn't all they had to worry about.
So rain could get heavier in about 5 minutes.
The Williams struggled in the damp conditions. Rosberg easily took second and set his sights on Hamilton.
Excellent job, Nico, excellent job. So still be damp, expecting rain shortly.
I've got no grip on these tyres, guys. Box this up, box this up, box this up.
Ready for you, box.
The mechanics raced out, but as Hamilton headed for the pit lane, parts of the track still looked very dry.
Hamilton is coming in, update on tires and conditions. More rain.
Box.
Okay, box.
Neither Williams stopped yet, and as Lewis changed onto the green-walled intermediates, it didn't seem very wet in the pit lane. Had he gambled too soon? But as Vettel approached his crew, the rain had increased.
Keep me updated on the rain, what do you think?
So box, pit confirm, heavy rain, turn 15, and in the pit lane, box, RS. Just heavy rain here, just take it easy, and it'll be slippery in pit lane and box.
The extra lap on slicks on a wet track had cost Rosberg dear. As he left with his intermediate tyres, Hamilton was already through the first corner to the delight of his home crowd. Nico was second, some 9 seconds behind. While a nicely timed stop for Vettel had boosted his afternoon after starting just 6th.
Okay, you are in front of Massa and Bottas. P3 at the moment, well done.
Hamilton had weathered the storm. The packed grandstands erupted as he took his 3rd British Grand Prix victory.
Get in there, Lewis. Great race, mate, great race. Fantastic win.
Great job, guys. I'm so happy with that. Thank you to all the fans that come in. That one was for you. Thank you.
Just 13 cars made it to the checkered flag. Vettel was happy with 3rd, but things didn't quite go to plan for Williams. Kvyat was an impressive 6th ahead of Hulkenberg and Raikkonen, and Alonso scored his first point of the season. Hamilton had increased the buffer between him and Rosberg. Bottas leapt up to 4th ahead of his compatriot. Mercedes looked unstoppable, with more points than Ferrari and Williams combined. His 3rd win at Silverstone saw him equal Jim Clark and Nigel Mansell's record for wins by a British driver at this circuit. But he couldn't have done it without the hard work from his team. The home win meant so much. It had been an incredible run. Mercedes had finished every race this year with both drivers on the podium.
I'm incredibly proud, to see the British flag up there and to know that it was right behind me as well. I've got two Germans who did a great job and who could have easily taken that spot, and to have delivered for all the fans, which was really my goal today.
Shortly before the Hungarian Grand Prix, the sad news came that Jules Bianchi had passed away after succumbing to the injuries he sustained at the 2014 Japanese Grand Prix. Many of the drivers had been close to Jules and reflected on their friend.
There's a lot of memory, but as you said, I think the big one is the smile of Jules. Always being happy, always having something funny to tell you. He was a great man. More than he was a fantastic driver, but he was a big man.
For how competitive and let's say highly regarded he was very humble, and just a really nice demeanour about him. And I had some nights out with him as well, and he was good fun.
He left such a mark in the sport, and it's someone that in his short career will be remembered forever.
A minute's silence was observed in memory of Jules, while the drivers stood alongside his family to pay tribute to the Marussia driver. Final systems checks and adjustments were made on the formation lap. But as the grid took shape, Massa had stopped well short of his 8th place slot. The start was aborted and the field sent around for another warm-up lap. Everyone found their correct position at the second attempt. But a slow start from pole sitter Hamilton allowed Vettel to pull ahead. Kvyat locked up his Red Bull into turn 1, while Raikkonen made a decisive move round the outside to claim 3rd. 5th place Ricciardo banked wheels with Bottas and slipped back. Now Raikkonen hugged the inside and moved up into 2nd to make it a Ferrari 1-2. Keen to make up for his poor start, Hamilton tried to overtake Rosberg at the chicane, but a wheel on the grass left him trudging through the gravel. He rejoined ahead of Massa, but had to concede 9th place and put the blame at his teammate's door.
Nico crossed over my line there. Push me wide.
At the end of lap 1, Vettel led from Raikkonen, then it was Rosberg, Bottas, Kvyat and Hülkenberg. The Force India honed in on Daniil. And left the Russian to fend off his teammate. Claire Williams had watched Massa restrain Hamilton for 9 laps, but the Mercedes finally muscled past for 10th. With passing difficult at the Hungaroring, turn 1 saw a lot of action. Perez tried to pass Maldonado, but it didn't pan out.
What did he do, man? I gave him enough space.
Understood. We saw you gave Maldonado all the space. We will talk to Charlie.
Lap 20, and Hamilton was in for his first stop. He took another set of the yellow-walled soft tyres. Rosberg stopped next time around, but he changed onto a set of the white medium tyres. Vettel pitted the lap after that, and like Hamilton, he took on the softs. Lewis had made up ground and was still on the attack. He breezed past Ricciardo for 4th. As the second stops approached, Rosberg seemed more focused on Hamilton behind than Raikkonen ahead.
So, Nico, we need to find some more lap time. Lewis will be going to the prime tyre and possibly earlier than you.
I'll go through prime as well then.
Nico, at the moment, the pit wall are not inclined to do that.
Ferrari's comfortable 1-2 started to unravel on lap 42.
I think I have some odd sound in the car and I'm losing power.
We have an issue with the MGUK at the minute.
While Hulkenberg chased Bottas for 6th.
Something broke at the front. Okay. Are you okay?
I'm good.
Okay, mate. Unlucky.
Something had indeed broken. His front wing went under the car and showered debris all over the track. The virtual safety car was deployed. Rosberg dived straight into the pits, but the tyres ready for him were the mediums, not the faster softs. Leader Vettel and fourth-placed Hamilton had only used soft tyres so far, so were obliged to change onto the mediums. Now the safety car came out, and Vettel's lead was wiped out.
Okay, Nico, there is a chance we can win this. We think there is a chance we can win this. So Kimi has a power unit problem. We should be able to pass him pretty quickly.
Without his hybrid electrical power, Raikkonen was easily passed by Rosberg, while fifth-placed Ricciardo went for the outside of Hamilton.
Hamilton hit me pretty hard. I lost my wing. Really got no front end. I just understeered into him.
Lewis was given a drive-through penalty and had Bottas, Kvyat and Verstappen bottled up behind him. Daniil repelled Valtteri but went off track to get Lewis. Then Bottas and Verstappen got too close for comfort.
I was in the inside, but Bottas suddenly just turned in. I have damage, I have understeer.
Max carried on and no further action was taken. While Bottas limped back to the pits with a puncture. Hamilton came in for a new nose and took the opportunity to change to soft tyres. Raikkonen's lack of power left him helpless to stop both Red Bulls going past him into third and fourth. Ferrari brought Kimi into the pits for a restart. And sent him out again. But the problem was too serious and he was forced to retire just 3 laps later. The Lotus pair of Maldonado and Grosjean battled Massa for 9th. Romain ahead, clung on and sealed the deal. While McLaren were having their best race of the season, Alonso passed Sainz for 6th with 15 laps to go. It was a positive sign for the pit wall at last. Red Bull's decision to use the medium tyres in the middle of the race looked to have paid off. Ricciardo, now on the soft tyres, had closed on the 2 medium-shod cars ahead of him. And with just 6 laps to go, he set himself up for a bold lunge down the inside of Rosberg. But contact was made.
Puncture.
Copy, just bring it in.
Ricciardo pitted for a new nose without losing third, but it was now his teammate who was second. Hamilton knew there was still everything to play for, and with 3 laps to go, he passed Grosjean for 6th. But nothing could stop Vettel. He took his second victory of the season after a masterful drive.
Yes, Sebastian, yes! P1, another break in Maranello, well done!
Grazie ragazzi, grazie. Mi sentite? Mi sentite? Forza Ferrari e un'altra bandiera in Maranello. Et merci Jules, cette victoire est pour toi. You will always be in our hearts. We know that sooner or later Jules would have been a part of this team. Grazie guys.
Despite a 10-second penalty for gaining an advantage when he overtook Hamilton off track, Kvyat finished second, his first ever podium and Red Bull's first of the season. But the day belonged to four-time world champion Vettel and to Ferrari on an emotional day for many in the team. After 10 races, Sebastian was only 7 points short of his total score in 2014, his last year with Red Bull. Despite a penalty for speeding behind the safety car, Verstappen was an incredible fourth ahead of Alonso. It was a scrappy race for Hamilton, but he still came home sixth ahead of Grosjean. Rosberg missed an opportunity to close on Hamilton and had allowed Vettel to reduce the gap. Verstappen had made progress, while Alonso's fifth was a much-needed boost for McLaren. Sebastian Vettel was left to reflect on his 41st win, equalling the great Ayrton Senna.
Yeah, it's difficult to put in words. I think Ayrton is not remembered for his wins and for his championships, but for his style, and it's unique. So I think we all have to find our own way, but it's a privilege and an honor to have the chance to be close to him, at least if you look at some of the numbers.
You talk of having your own style. You have...
We were thinking about retiring the car after during the first stint. Then we had to make an early pit stop, which compromised our strategy and everything. But then it was getting better and better through the race. It was hard race, but yeah, it's never give up. That's what I learned today.
Fifth is a little present for us in this moment. We are not super competitive, so the race was a little bit chaotic in some parts of it, and we took the advantage that came to us, and we maximized the result.
At the end of what's been a very difficult half a season, a little ray of light perhaps going into this mid-season break?
Yeah, definitely. Not much for us, I think, for the whole team. People at the factory working 24 hours a day just to keep updating the car, and to get some results, to touch really some points is good way to go on the break. And in the second part of the season we need to maximize the performance, to increase our level, because we need to get some good preparation for next year.
Sunshine in Spa-Francorchamps welcomed Formula One back into action after the summer break, and there was a big shake-up to the rules regarding start procedures for the drivers and teams to contend with.
The Belgian Grand Prix sees the introduction of new rules regarding race starts, which is going to increase the variability and make unpredictable getaways, such as we saw in Budapest and Silverstone, much more commonplace. The drivers will be solely responsible for race starts, which means basically the drivers have to prepare the clutch settings for the start themselves, without help from their team engineers over the radio in the vital moments before the race.
So learn first and eighth gears, learn first and eighth gears.
Go to bite point 9 and keep cooling the car.
Learn all gears, learn all gears.
so the pressure is on the drivers to get it right and to feel the clutch. Inevitably, that will make the starts less uniform, as up until now, the cars have tended to all get away at more or less the same rate. Here's how it works. A Formula One car has 2 clutch paddles. For the race start, the driver holds in the master paddle fully, while the other one is set to the exact bite point, which will get the car moving. To start, he revs to around 6,000 RPM, releases the master clutch, and then releases the second one, which is set at that perfect bite point, and the car gets away smoothly. Teams go to great lengths to get this right, because they're trying to avoid 3 bad things from happening. Wheel spin, the car bogging down on getaway with low revs, and also clutch slip, all of which lose vital time and track positions.
The problem is that although Formula One clutches are very strong, they're also very sensitive to temperature, and that means they're unpredictable. The bite point is inconsistent and not easy to find.
That's why drivers practice starts at the pit lane exit throughout the race weekend, so the engineers can work out the best bite point for the race. The crucial final check is when the driver pulls away for the formation lap, as this is where the team can monitor the clutch's performance on the telemetry. They then instruct the driver precisely where to set the clutch for the actual race start.
So bite point 7, we're gonna need 5 burnouts.
This will no longer be allowed from Belgium onwards. The driver will have to work it all out for himself, and nothing can be changed on the clutch once he leaves the pit lane before the race.
Well, all of this is great news for fans because it means a vital skill is being handed back to the driver rather than being controlled from the pit wall.
Rosberg found himself shockingly out of control in Friday's second practice when his rear tyre failed on one of the fastest sections of the track. After investigations by Pirelli, it was concluded that there were no signs of a structural integrity issue of the tyre. Nevertheless, it was a very dramatic incident. And Pirelli stated that the problem was consistent with an external cut into the tyre structure. Raikkonen struggled on Saturday. Low oil pressure brought his qualifying to a halt in Q2, and following a gearbox change, he would line up a lowly 16th on the grid. A loss of power on the formation lap for Hulkenberg meant the start was aborted. He was pushed to the pits to retire. After another formation lap, the grid took shape once again. And when the lights went out, pole sitter Hamilton made a great start. Perez propelled himself forward from 4th, while a slow-starting Rosberg was engulfed. Hamilton led Perez, Ricciardo and Bottas, while Rosberg took back 5th from Vettel in the run towards Eau Rouge. Lewis was aggressive on the exit, but Checo was on a push. He had a look down the Kemmel Straight, but Lewis clung on to the inside line and stayed ahead. By the end of the first lap, Rosberg was in full-blown recovery mode and took on Bottas into the final chicane. He slithered wide, but clung on to 4th. They continued their battle, but both locked up and ran wide at La Source. That allowed Sebastian to pull alongside Nico and for Pastor to challenge Bottas. Plunging down towards Eau Rouge, the Lotus was right behind the Williams. But as they crested the rise, Maldonado had a big excursion across the curbs, and that put an end to his race. Lap 8, Grosjean in the other Lotus continued his fight back from a 5-place grid penalty for a gearbox change and overtook Bottas for 5th. But Valtteri was due in for his first stop. His team was poised and ready. But there seemed to be some confusion. And it was clear to see why. The team had fitted a white medium tyre to the right rear and yellow soft tyres everywhere else.
We have a drive-through penalty issue with tyres.
What was the issue?
Your right rear is a prime tyre, all others are option.
The team was distraught. Back on track, the battle for 11th between Verstappen and Nasser had closed right up. At over 300 kilometers per hour, Max made his presence felt at Blanchimont before making the move stick into the final chicane. The first Mercedes to pit was Rosberg on lap 12. And it had paid off. He emerged third ahead of Perez and Ricciardo, who'd stopped earlier on. Daniel hunted down the Force India, but overcooked it. Their battle was short-lived. As Perez pitted, the Red Bull switched itself off and ground to a halt. The abandoned car meant the virtual safety car was deployed and left Vettel to consider his strategic options.
Think about if it makes sense stopping for an option.
Okay, stay out, we look into it.
Vettel stayed out, but many of the drivers used the opportunity to make their second stops, including Grosjean, who went on to a set of the mediums. Lap 23 and the racing resumed. Hamilton gave himself breathing space over Nico and Sebastian. So there were no concerns when he switched back to the softs on lap 30. Kvyat had found good pace on his soft tyres. Raikkonen's mediums were past their best, and Daniil launched his attack on the Kemmel Straight to take 7th. Perez was in front of Massa, Kvyat and Raikkonen, but now a lapped Button had closed on the group.
Well, these guys are going slow in front. Even we're catching them. I think they're making a mistake on pitching. It's so much quicker on new tyres.
It was a tense time for Red Bull. But Kvyat didn't disappoint. He repeated his Kemmel Straight move on Massa for 6th.
That's why you do it.
On to the next one.
The next time round it was Perez. Now Daniil was promoted to 5th. Grosjean was also looking racy. He'd reduced the gap to 3rd-placed Vettel. Sebastian had made his one and only stop on lap 14 for the medium tyres. Now on lap 42 he was under real pressure from Romain.
You saw what happened?
Yeah, copy.
Tyres were on the limit, yes, but for f***'s sake.
There were no last lap dramas for Mercedes. Hamilton took the victory, just 2 seconds ahead of Rosberg. After Vettel's dramatic retirement, Grosjean finished an emotional 3rd.
Fantastic job, mate. Fantastic job. P3, well done, well done. Strat 2, Top 12, come into the pit lane, remember. Follow cars, incredible. One of the best race of your career, mate. Incredible. Incredible. I'm so proud.
Well done, you're a star. You're a superstar.
Fantastic. Well done, mate.
It was business as usual for Hamilton. This was now his 6th win of the season. And the first podium since USA 2013 felt like a win for Lotus. Kvyat was an excellent 4th after starting 12th. Perez had hoped for more after a stunning start, while Ericsson secured the final point ahead of his teammate. Hamilton edged further away from Rosberg, whilst the late retirement dented Vettel's hopes. Raikkonen and Massa were now level on points, and Kvyat jumped ahead of Ricciardo. Grosjean's podium was a big boost for Lotus, but 5th for Perez kept Force India in the running. For Romain, though, it must have felt like he was on cloud 9.
Yeah, I think so. I'm still not landing on the hair, so I don't understand what happened to us. It has been a brilliant weekend, a really good qualifying yesterday, then we got the grid penalty, and then we had a wonderful race, a lot of overtaking maneuver, good strategy. I was a bit lucky with Seb having his blow off, so that gave me the position easier than having an overtaking maneuver. But for me, for the guys, for the team, for everyone, you know, it's unbelievable.
Sometimes you wonder if a good thing is followed by another good thing. You know, I had an amazing holiday, and I'm thinking, is it gonna, you know, coming in this weekend, is it gonna follow? Is that happiness and joy gonna follow? And it has. You know, qualifying was ridiculous, and then today is the race. Yeah, I was happy with it. I did what I had to do. There was no point in which I felt I had to over-push or overdrive, and just look after the car. The balance was really nice, so I'm really happy with the outcome.
The middle stint for you on the harder tyre, you had really great times in comparison to Lewis. Did you feel at that moment the race could have come to you?
Yeah, but then in the end he pulled away, so it was just I was good in the beginning, then he was good in the end, and it was pretty close. You know, I was coming closer, but not enough.
Vettel had completed over half of the race on his medium tyres, which exceeded Pirelli's 2013 proposal that recommended a maximum of 50% of the Grand Prix distance for the prime tyre.
Sebastian, were Ferrari being a little bit too greedy in the end, do you think?
No.
So you were happy with the decision and you wanted to stay out? You could have got to the end, you felt?
Well, how many laps I was missing? Not many. And things like that are not allowed to happen, full stop. If it happens 200 meters earlier, I'm not standing here now. I'm with 300 stuck in Eau Rouge, so I don't know what else needs to happen. Yeah.
So in that case, so you're obviously upset that the tyre went in that way, but you'd run it for 27.
What is upsetting? Upsetting is that one thing is the result. You know, this is racing. For sure, you know, we deserve to finish on the podium. But the other thing, as I said, if this happens earlier, then, you know, I think it's a sort of theme that keeps going around. Nobody's mentioning it, but it's unacceptable.
Sebastian was clearly upset by the incident, and the investigation would continue in the run-up to the Italian Grand Prix. At the historic Monza circuit, Pirelli stated that Vettel's puncture in Spa was caused by a cut from external factors, such as debris, in addition to the prolonged usage at a circuit which is particularly demanding. Motorsport director Paul Hembry faced the press on Friday.
The fallout was rather exaggerated. As I said earlier, we've been working extremely well behind the scenes with Maurizio and his team, and also with Toto and a number of the other Formula One teams in the FIA. So I think a lot of it was more in the media rather than a practical situation. We're discussing at the moment, obviously, going forward, and there are a number of areas that we need me changing to enable that to happen, and I've already mentioned testing. We also want to make sure that we're all singing off the same hymn sheet, so the teams, ourselves and the drivers all know what we're aiming for, and we all agree with what we're doing, so that there's a common sense of purpose. So that's really where we're at.
Hamilton was on typically good form and secured his 7th consecutive pole position of the season. Ferrari posed a major challenge after introducing an upgraded engine for this high-speed track. Raikkonen was second, his best qualifying all season, with Vettel third. Following the incidents in Spa, higher minimum tyre pressures had been mandated for Monza. The left rear tyres of the top 4 cars were checked on the grid by FIA officials. The Tifosi were out in force and had high expectations, with the red cars second and third. But their hopes soon came crashing down when the red lights went out. Raikkonen was very slow away and was soon overwhelmed by the whole field. Into the challenging first corner, Hamilton led Vettel, Massa and Bottas, but behind the leaders Ericsson made contact with Grosjean, who in turn pushed Hulkenberg into Maldonado. Sainz took to the escape road in avoidance, but was penalised for gaining an advantage. The replay from Maldonado's onboard cameras showed that the Venezuelan received a hefty whack from Hulkenberg's Force India, followed by an uncomfortable ride across the curves. There would be no repeat podium for Lotus this weekend when Grosjean crawled to a halt.
Okay, what's happening?
I think it's a rear suspension.
After his terrible start, Raikkonen had made significant progress. By lap 2, he was back up to 12th. He found some resistance in the shape of Ricciardo's Red Bull. But passed the Australian on the run towards Parabolica for 11th. Now he had the bit between his teeth. He'd made light work of Sainz and soon relegated Button to move into the points in 9th. As Raikkonen pulled away, Sainz attacked Button at the second chicane. A trip across the curbs allowed Carlos to pull alongside and make his move at the first Lesmo. Ricciardo had been watching and waiting and pounced at the second Lesmo. At the end of lap 28, Raikkonen took to the pits, while Merry behind confirmed his brakes were in good working order. With just 5 laps to go, there were concerned faces at Mercedes.
Okay, let's just grab some hammer time lap times. We just need some good lap times now. No need to ask questions, we'll just explain it at the end.
What do I need to do? I can't get much quicker.
Yeah, what you're doing is great, Lewis. That's all we need. Just stabilise on pace, and that is great.
Only the Mercedes pit wall knew why Lewis had to pull out a gap. Rosberg chased down Vettel for second.
Lost power, what do I do?
Engine default 21, engine default 21.
It was Nico's first retirement of the year, when he should have been on a championship push to catch his teammate. Bottas had a pace advantage over Massa thanks to a later stop for mediums and fought desperately for the final podium place. At the front, Lewis had pulled out a 25-second lead to secure his 7th win of the season. while second-placed Vettel gave the Tifosi something to celebrate. His first Monza podium with Ferrari.
Yes, well done, Seb, well done. You deserve this podium. Best of the season, enjoy it, our podium. Woohoo!
Grazie ragazzi, grazie. Forza Ferrari, forza Monza, sempre, sempre. Grazie.
And it was former Ferrari man Massa who won the battle of the Williams drivers to finish third.
Yeah, guys, oh my God, I'm too old for that. Too old. Thank you, guys, brilliant race.
Well done, mate. Really good race. As I always like to say, not bad for an old fella.
On his victory lap, Hamilton reflected on his team's mysterious request for more pace.
I have to say, Bono, that those last few laps were not cool, man.
Yeah, so just talk about 0. Yeah, okay, Lewis, copy that. So I'll speak to you in a bit.
The team was concerned that the pressures were below the minimum amount specified by Pirelli on safety grounds, so it asked him to build a buffer of at least 25 seconds in case he received a penalty. He did what was necessary and celebrated his 40th career victory. Raikkonen finished ahead of Perez and Hülkenberg. Ericsson was happy with 9th, while the Toro Rossos just missed out on the top 10. Despite only a one-car finish, Mercedes had an incredible lead. Ferrari and Williams were best of the rest. No points for Lotus saw them drop behind Force India, while there was no turning point in sight for McLaren just yet.
I've been coming to Monza for a long time and I've never experienced anything like this before. Right below the podium, it's purpose-built for what we're feeling right now. We've had firecrackers going off already. Yeah, Forza Ferrari. It's as if Ferrari won the race. A brilliant second place by Sebastian Vettel. And this is just the start of it.
Second place for Scuderia Ferrari, Sebastian Vettel from Germany.
And here's Vettel. Second for Ferrari. He will see the huge CFAC Ferrari flag behind us. I've been coming for a long time to Monza, over 40 years actually. I've never, ever experienced anything like this, and it's because of the way this is structured, the way this is organised. It's designed to have Italian chaos, and it's a beautiful chaos.
To the second place driver, Sebastian Vettel. The trophy is presented by...
What a moment! Pure theatre from Sebastian Vettel.
The Ministry of Justice. Well done to Sebastian Vettel and Scuderia Ferrari.
Felipe Massa, former Ferrari driver. The crowd love him.
Well done to Felipe and Williams Martini Racing.
This is just sheer passion for the sport they love.
Il cavaliere italiano, number 1 in the world, Enzo Ferrari, Magic Man.
Good race. Thanks for all Fernando in the past, but at the moment we are Sebastian. Another podium with another new driver is another emotion.
And another nice moment as the tall poles send flags up to Sebastian Vettel.
Singapore is an impressive sight, especially at night, and the numbers behind the staging of the Grand Prix are just as impressive. Saturday, it was Vettel who was on the pace in qualifying. He took his first pole for Ferrari. Incredibly, it was the team's first since Germany 2012.
I really enjoyed that, and it was very good fun until the end. Puts us in a very good place for tomorrow, so plenty of good news today, but as I was saying, big job coming up tomorrow.
It was a big day for Alexander Rossi, who made his Marussia debut in place of Roberto Merhi. He would be taking part in 5 of the last 7 races and qualified in 20th position. But for the first time since Austria 2014, there was no Mercedes on the front row. Hamilton was 5th and Rosberg 6th. Verstappen stalled, but Vettel and Ricciardo got away well from the front row. Raikkonen and Kvyat went wheel to wheel. The Finn pulled clear, while Bottas and Rosberg squabbled over 6th. Nico dug his heels in and came out on top. Verstappen had lined up 8th, but his engine cut out, and luckily everyone negotiated their way round him.
I stalled and engine off. What do I have to do?
Okay, Max, stay in the car, stay in the car. They will push you to the pit lane.
While Max eventually joined the race, Vettel streaked away at the front from Ricciardo, Raikkonen, Kvyat, Hamilton, Rosberg, Bottas, Massa, Hülkenberg and Perez. Lap 12 and the first stops were underway. Massa came in for another set of super softs and he exited 11th.
Okay, Felipe, so we'll be racing Hülkenberg at the exit. Racing Hülkenberg.
But that wasn't what either team wanted to see.
I don't understand. I was inside, man.
We're off. We're a bit Massa. You all right, Nico?
Yeah.
The safety car was called for and the early stoppers lost out.
Ricciardo and Raikkonen did fit.
Yes, correct, Danny. Everybody has pitted, and we lost out to Hamilton and Rosberg.
That's not good. Not good.
Lap 19 and the race was back on. Vettel led Ricciardo, Raikkonen, Hamilton, Rosberg, Kvyat, Bottas, Perez, Nasser, Grosjean and Alonso. But there were furrowed brows again at Mercedes. Hamilton was 5th and struggling.
I've lost power, guys, I've lost power.
Okay, Lewis, we're looking into it. We see an issue.
Quick, lads, quick.
We're working on it, working on it. So driver default 01, try chassis, driver default 01.
He made the changes. But Rosberg still breezed past him on the straight.
That didn't work.
Yeah, we still see the issue, Lewis. We're looking at it. Okay, Lewis, so we see the throttle's not going to wide open throttle. Is it the pedal? We can't see anything electrically.
Well, I'm accelerating to full throttle, but it's just not going.
Niki Lauda was incredulous. Lewis continued, but felt enough was enough when he dropped to 9th behind Nasser.
Guys, might as well save this engine. I'm falling further and further
Massa had his own trials and tribulations to contend with.
I don't know what's happened. I just went to neutral. How long? So.
Okay, Felipe, we're going to retire the car. We're going to retire the car, so box this lap, box this lap.
After a few more laps, Hamilton had dropped to 16th. He pitted, but there was nothing the team could do.
Okay, Lewis, we are going to retire the car.
Unlucky, boys. Next time.
Lap 37. Vettel still controlled the race ahead of Ricciardo, but as he headed onto Esplanade Drive, something unusual caught his eye on the left.
There's a fan on the track. There's a fan on the track. There's a person on the circuit between 13 and 14.
Box, Sebastian, box. Box for prime.
The intruder had breached security fences and wandered onto the track. Vettel came in for his second stop and a new set of softs. Ricciardo followed him in for a used set. Third place Raikkonen was next. And then it was Rosberg from fourth. Finally, the man left the track and was escorted away by police. As the midfield bunched up behind Rossi after the restart, Button took a run at Maldonado for the final points position. Pastor went off, and as he rejoined, they made contact.
Jensen box, front wing damage, box.
I should have known really, but he's mental.
Verstappen had made up ground after his pit lane start, and by lap 46 he challenged Grosjean for 8th. It was the kind of sight that made his father very happy. One lap later, and Sainz in the sister car had the Lotus within his grasp. And he soon stole 9th from Roman. But Jensen's challenging day took another nosedive. Gearbox problems forced him to retire less than 10 laps from the end. Despite 2 safety cars and some frenetic action behind, Vettel had dominated from start to finish.
Yes, you did it! You did it! Pole position and race lead from lap 1. You great, you magic.
Raikkonen took his second podium of the season with 3rd.
Forza Ferrari, grazie. Lasciatemi guidare, perché non sono lento. Lasciatemi guidare, una gara bella.
His 3rd victory of 2015 meant the team had already achieved their pre-season target. They'd had the fastest car this weekend, and Vettel had set the skies alight. While a stunning fireworks display brought the curtain down on the 8th Singapore Grand Prix. Ricciardo was second, but Kvyat lost out during both safety car periods. Hülkenberg failed to finish and received a grid penalty for Japan following the run-in with Massa. McLaren had hoped this race would be their best of the season, but it just wasn't to be. Fourth place for Rosberg took the gap to Hamilton down to 41 points, with a maximum 150 left for the taking. But with Vettel only a further 8 points behind, he too could be a challenger. Arriva Bene's arrival at the team had certainly shaken things up, but he wasn't taking sole credit for Ferrari's reversal in fortunes. Just as in Hungary, there was no Mercedes driver on the podium. Not that it seemed to concern these guys very much.
This morning, the record books for the most wins read Schumacher, Prost, Senna. They now read Schumacher, Prost, Vettel. What does that mean to you?
Yeah, Michael obviously has played a massive role since I grew up with racing. Prost less, but I was aware. I mean, it's not he already retired when I really started to get hooked on Formula One. And then Senna, I think everyone who loves racing knows about Senna, so I prefer not to talk about it. Yeah, it seems surreal.
The fans in Suzuka have their own truly unique style, with their passion and enthusiasm for all things Formula One. Rosberg set the pace on the first runs in Q3, with Hamilton just 700ths slower. But before anyone could improve on Nico's time, Kvyat put 2 wheels on the grass and Daniil was okay, but the session was red flagged. So, no one could catch Rosberg. Red Bull had a long night to produce a car that Kvyat could race on Sunday, and he started from the pit lane. It was a big day for McLaren at Honda's home track. Their cars lined up 12th and 14th. Hamilton started second. It would be a close duel with his teammate into turn 1. The fans couldn't wait to see 20 cars battle it out on track when the lights went out. Hamilton got the better start and pulled alongside Rosberg, while sparks flew between Massa and Ricciardo. Lewis had the inside line. They went into turn 2 side by side and kept going. But in trying to stay with Lewis, Nico dropped behind Vettel and Bottas. A fast-starting Ricciardo from 7th found himself compromised by contact with 5th place Massa. While Perez fought for position, he made contact with Sainz before veering off into the gravel and falling way down the order. Ricciardo had a puncture and had to pit for repairs. But Massa hadn't emerged unscathed either. He needed a new nose after the start line incident and dropped right to the very back of the field. Verstappen started down in 17th thanks to an electrical issue on Saturday. Now he harassed Nasser for 13th. They closed so fast on Button ahead that they had to drive either side of him, and both gained a place. Energy management was always going to be an issue for McLaren on this track. Just one lap later, and Sainz breezed by Alonso for 9th. Things weren't about to improve either. Ericsson blasted past for 10th, and Fernando's frustration came to the fore.
I think both of this race like a GP2. This is embarrassing, very embarrassing.
Maldonado was on the move. He charged past Ericsson at 130R and left the suite to collect his thoughts. Both Mercedes had just pitted, and now the team put their heads together and had a plan to get Rosberg ahead of Bottas.
So push to attack Bottas to destroy his tyres.
Nico found his aggressive side and forced his way up to third. Red Bull had done a brilliant job to get Kvyat ready to race, but his mistake-riddled weekend continued when he went wide at Spoon. Verstappen had fallen back behind Alonso after the first stops, so he lined him up once again to take 10th.
GP2 engines. GP2.
10 years since his first title, this was a clear message to his team. Sainz made a very late decision to enter the pit.
I hit the bollard. Careful with the front wing.
Raikkonen made his second stop on lap 28 and hoped to undercut the Williams of Bottas. One lap later, Rosberg came in with the intention of getting the jump on Vettel. The strategy paid off for Ferrari. When Bottas rejoined, he fell behind Kimi and had to contend with Maldonado, who was yet to stop. Would Sebastian be caught out by the same trick from Mercedes? Despite Ferrari's best efforts, Rosberg moved into second, while Stevens had a lucky escape after a massive moment out of 130R. Fortunately, smoke didn't get in the eyes of teammate Rossi or the Sauber of Nasser. Verstappen was on fantastic form on his Suzuka race debut. Now he put a move on his teammate for 9th. It could be an interesting debrief for Toro Rosso. Ericsson had kept Perez behind for over 8 laps, but when he ran wide at Spoon, Sergio snuck through. The agony didn't stop there. When Ericsson let Raikkonen through to lap him at the chicane, Kvyat saw an opportunity to take 13th. As ever, Mercedes had made the best of every opportunity that came their way. Lewis took the lead and never looked back.
Fantastic job, guys. Absolutely flawless all weekend, you guys. As always, it's great to be back up here. Thank you so much for all the hard work.
He took his 41st win and equalled his hero, Ayrton Senna. After sinking in Singapore, Mercedes was definitely back. It was a strong race for Vettel and Raikkonen. Verstappen recovered brilliantly from 17th, and both McLarens finished, even if they didn't score any points at Honda's home track. Lewis increased his lead at the top. Vettel could still steal a surprise. Grosjean moved ahead of Perez, and it was a great result for Toro Rosso, with both cars in the points once again. It was back-to-back victories in Suzuka for Lewis, and his 8th win of the season. He'd hoped to match his idol in Singapore, but he'd had to wait another week at the track where the celebrated Brazilian had won all 3 of his championships.
For me to come here to a race where I used to love watching Ayrton drive and to match his wins is, yeah, I can't really describe it. It doesn't feel real at the moment.
He hadn't sealed the title yet, but he had moved another step closer to his 3rd championship. Round 15 of the Formula One World Championship was the Russian Grand Prix.
Welcome to Sochi, to the Formula One circuit woven into the Olympic Park. Behind me, turn 3, the signature corner of Sochi. It's a long, demanding, constant radius left-hander, very quick on exit. And as we saw last year, intriguingly for the fans, it also attracts a variety of different lines from the drivers. The angle of the corner is 161 degrees. It's 789 metres in length and almost 13 metres wide, with an adverse camber of 30 centimetres. It's 372 metres across and takes approximately 10 seconds to get through the whole turn. They turn in from the tight right-hand turn 2 and then take on turn 3. The characteristics of the corner create a high lateral force on the tyres, which increases the temperatures. The corner is taken at full throttle, reaching speeds of 275 kilometers an hour past the Kvyat grandstand and peaking at 290 kilometers an hour in 7th gear. The drivers experience 2.5 G for 7 seconds, with a peak of up to 3.5 G on soft tyres and light fuel towards the end of the corner. The cars accelerate hard out of the relatively slow turn 2 through the gears. They're in 7th gear by the end here, and right here you can see the load that's going through the right front. You can see what this corner is all about. It's about the balance between conserving the tyres and, of course, being as quick as possible. And what I love about it is how many different approaches there are to solving that problem. Being flat through here isn't necessarily, it would appear, the quickest way. That's why I love here. It's a great place to watch, and for the fans, it's a real spectacle.
The very public fallout between Red Bull and Renault hit the headlines again in Sochi. Much speculation had taken place as to who would supply engines to the 4-times champions in 2016, after much criticism of Renault in the press. Was the successful partnership headed for divorce? Why would other manufacturers such as Ferrari and Mercedes want to help their rivals, one of the strongest competitors on the grid and a team desperate to regain previous glories? The only certainty was that Marussia would use Mercedes power from 2016 onwards. Back on track, Carlos Sainz had a huge crash in practice 3. It was a heavy impact with the barriers. The rear of his car snapped to the right. From then on, Sainz was just a passenger. Carlos had some back and neck pain, but was later discharged from hospital. The promoters of the Russian Grand Prix put on an impressive display before the race. The show featured traditional nesting dolls, dancers and a folk band to represent the region, Sochi and Russia. Carlos Sainz would start from the back of the grid after being declared fit to race following medical checks. A relaxed Rosberg lined up on pole for the 2nd time in a row. Second-placed Hamilton had to find his focus if he was to get ahead of his teammate. Alonso lined up 19th thanks to several power unit penalties as the Spanish samurai prepared to compete in his 250th Grand Prix. Russian President Vladimir Putin joined Bernie Ecclestone in the VIP box. Race day was cool and overcast, but at least there was no rain forecast. Rosberg and Hamilton got away well from Bottas, while Raikkonen squeezed ahead of his teammate. Then it was the two Force Indias. The Mercedes went side by side and Bottas pondered a dive. Further back, Hülkenberg locked up his cold tyres and collected Verstappen and Ericsson, while Raikkonen moved up to 3rd. Hamilton closed right up on Rosberg, but had to back off and run wide to avoid him. The safety car was deployed, but Nico slowed suddenly and surprised his teammate. And Verstappen toured back with a flat left rear tyre.
Just for information, Nico was slowed down so dangerously, we all nearly crashed into him.
Was something amiss with Nico's car? When the race got going again, the Mercedes led. Raikkonen was ahead of Bottas, then it was Vettel and Perez. But Valtteri was in the mood for some action. He got into Kimi's slipstream and made the lunge to take back third. Rosberg didn't seem to be getting the gap he needed to keep his teammate at bay.
My throttle pedal is broken. Advise, if it sticks, what do I do?
Nico, it would kill on brake pressure. It would kill on brake pressure.
Lap 6 and the Ferraris went head-to-head. Vettel pulled alongside, but Raikkonen had the inside line and stayed ahead. Rosberg couldn't shake off Hamilton. And Lewis was quick to take advantage and eased into the lead. Where had Nico's pace gone? Bottas was soon on the prowl.
It's pushing whilst I'm completely off the pedal, so I'm boxing.
The team had tried to fix the throttle mechanism. But their efforts were in vain. Rosberg was forced to retire for only the second time this season. Grosjean was behind 12th place Button. It was another huge crash, but thankfully Romain was unhurt. The Frenchman lost the rear of his Lotus and speared off into the wall. All he could do was brace himself for the impact. Fortunately, he escaped unharmed.
Safety car deployed, safety car deployed. Box this lap, box, box.
Most of the front runners stayed out, but Force India made an aggressive call to bring Perez in early. Red Bull split their strategies. Ricciardo pitted, but local hero Kvyat stayed out.
Did the Ferrari stops?
No, Checo, no, they have not.
The barriers had to be repaired before the race could resume. Hamilton led Bottas, Raikkonen, Vettel, Kvyat and Nasser. Perez and Ricciardo were 9th and 10th. Vettel wasted no time and slipstreamed Raikkonen on the run down to turn 2. Kimi ran wide. He rejoined ahead and consulted the team.
Do I have to let him pass or not?
I'm just finding out. I'll let you know as soon as I can.
A decision was soon made.
Okay, I'll let him pass.
It was the right thing to do, Kimi.
Soon the Ferraris hounded second-placed Bottas.
Guys, the tyres are dying.
Valtteri switched his used super softs for a new set of softs. The Ferraris were now second and third, but were yet to make a stop. Valtteri needed to push if he was to regain his second position.
Bottas is in traffic, so keep pushing, Kimi. The podium's still possible.
Lap 30 and Ferrari made their move. Vettel was first to stop. He came out behind Perez, but crucially ahead of Ricciardo and Bottas. Next lap, and it was Kimi's turn.
We're racing him on exit. It's going to be close.
Kimi looked like he had the momentum to fight back, but Valtteri was in no mood to back down. Frustration for one Ferrari, while the other lined up a move. Perez had stopped on lap 12, so he was a sitting target when Vettel got his head down. Lap 32 and the leader was in. With a gap of more than 30 seconds, he easily rejoined without losing a position. Alonso was 10th, and the team gave him a little bit of encouragement.
And Fernando, we are racing Massa behind to the end.
I love your sense of humor.
Bottas and Ricciardo had some on-track fun in the battle for 4th. Daniel kept the Williams in check and left Kimi to come from behind to challenge his compatriot. But it would be a mistake to assume it was over. Perez was 3rd, but with old tyres he was quickly being caught by Ricciardo, Bottas and Raikkonen. The Williams found a way past the Red Bull to move into 4th. But a left front brake problem put Sainz in a spin. He rejoined, but Massa wasn't impressed. It was clear his Toro Rosso had big problems. Ricciardo's tyres were fading. Raikkonen went past on the straight, but when he overshot the corner, he had to give back the position. 2 laps later, and Kimi had perfected the move. This time, he made it stick. But there was worse to come for Ricciardo when he pulled off with a suspension problem.
2 laps remaining. Raikkonen is behind Bottas.
Mode 1, we've got 1 lap only.
Bottas was on a real push to pass Perez, and the team gave him everything they had. Checo was under real pressure and powerless against the 2-pronged attack.
Excellent, we've got 1 more lap, stay in this mode.
Kimi still lurked right behind the Williams. But Perez hadn't given up all hope.
Last lap, Kimi, last lap, all or nothing.
Message received, and he made an optimistic lunge. One team's loss is another's gain. When the 2 Finns collided, Perez took back 3rd.
What the
did he do?
I thought that is seen me.
Hamilton didn't need to concern himself with the chaos behind. He won the race by nearly 6 seconds from Vettel.
Great job, mate. Great, fantastic managed drive there.
Perez was 3rd, his first podium since Bahrain 2014.
P3 Checo, well done. You deserve it, mate. Well done.
Wow, that was very hard, man. I had no rubber left at all.
Hamilton was overwhelmed, while Perez and Force India were overjoyed. Hamilton was now on the brink of a 3rd world title. And he was delighted. Bottas retired as a result of the clash with Raikkonen, while a time penalty dropped Kimi to 8th. Kvyat was 5th at his home event, while Sainz had climbed from last to 7th before his brakes had let him down. Rosberg's retirement dropped him to 3rd behind Vettel. Kvyat moved ahead of his teammate, while Perez and Grosjean switched places again. The victory put Mercedes out of reach in the Constructors and ensured they would hold on to the silverware for another year. The party would continue long into the night for the Brackley-based team as they reflected on and celebrated their achievements. As Formula One arrived in a very wet Austin, Texas, there were still 3 drivers in contention for the driver's title.
Fantastic job, guys. It's great to be back up here.
Woohoo! Yes! Come on! Yes!
Ferrari's back.
The weekend had been badly affected by rain thanks to Tropical Storm Patricia. With no clear sign of a break in conditions, qualifying was postponed until 9 a.m. Sunday. So, the teams and drivers entertained the crowds in other ways. The rain continued on Sunday morning. In fact, the conditions got worse. Hamilton set P1 in Q2, but Rosberg soon went quicker. Then Lewis pushed too hard on his next run in a bid to beat his teammate. Q3 was cancelled thanks to the rain, so it was Rosberg from Hamilton and Ricciardo. The weather had improved as the 2 p.m. race start time approached, so it was all systems go with all cars on intermediate tyres. Kvyat was an excellent fourth ahead of Perez and Hülkenberg. Ferrari's planned decision to introduce a new engine in Austin as part of their 2016 preparations meant that Vettel lined up just 13th. He still had a role to play in this championship. Lewis needed to outscore Nico by 2 points, and he needed 9 more than Sebastian. When the lights went out, Hamilton made his title aspirations clear. He got the better start to go down the inside of Rosberg. Nico was forced wide, and a little tap from Lewis left him open to attack, while there was carnage in the midfield. Hamilton led from the 2 Red Bulls, while Perez passed the other Mercedes. Rosberg had his work cut out, but he was soon back in the game. He picked off Perez and set about attacking Ricciardo, while Vettel was already up to 7th from 13th. But it wasn't a good afternoon for Bottas. He had to retire by lap 7 thanks to a rear suspension failure. The virtual safety car was deployed whilst the debris was cleared. As it ended, Rosberg closed rapidly on Ricciardo and used the element of surprise to take third.
How the f*** did Nico pass us?
We'll double check, we'll double check.
But Rosberg wasn't done yet. He cruised by Kvyat for second. Lap 12 and the top 4 cars were all in contention for the lead. Kvyat fancied his chances and lunged down the inside of Rosberg, but ended up losing out to his teammate instead. Conditions were still tricky to manage, and when Rosberg ran wide in the first corner, Ricciardo dived up to second. On intermediates on the damp track, the Red Bulls had very good pace, so while Hamilton squirmed, Ricciardo used his superior grip to take the lead. Verstappen had also found a sweet spot. He blasted past Vettel for 6th. Ricciardo still led, but this was the championship battle. Side by side, nothing and everything to lose. But as Hamilton grappled with his worn intermediates on the drying track, Kvyat threatened to pounce, so Mercedes had to do something.
Okay, a box.
Make sure you put all the wing in.
Stay firm.
Hamilton headed for the pit lane and was the first of the front runners to change to slick tyres. Red Bull monitored the situation. Their cars had fared well in the damp conditions. But it was time to stop. Ricciardo pitted for slicks on the following lap. He was swiftly followed in by his teammate. Kvyat left the pit lane behind Rosberg, but where would they be relative to Hamilton? Was Lewis feeling the strain? He locked his brakes, ran wide, and remained fourth. Raikkonen found the going tricky on his first lap on dry tyres and slid off into the barriers. So he used his former rallying skills to good effect.
Okay, we're ready with tyres and a new nose.
Okay.
Now on dry tyres, the Mercedes quickly caught the Red Bull. Rosberg took the lead from Ricciardo on lap 22. Just a few seconds down the road, Hamilton mirrored the move and demoted Kvyat to fourth. It was a disastrous day for Williams as Massa also retired with a rear suspension failure. By lap 26, Hamilton had bridged the gap to Ricciardo. He blasted past to make it a Mercedes 1-2. Now he had to go after Rosberg if he wanted to achieve his dream of a third world title. He'd had a run-in with his teammate at the start. Now it was game over for Ericsson.
I look for power.
With the car marooned in a dangerous place, the safety car was deployed, and Vettel was the only one of the top six to pit. Matt LeBlanc had been to every race in Austin, and this was shaping up to be a real classic. The race restarted on lap 33, with the two Mercedes leading from the two Red Bulls and Vettel. Kvyat made life easy for Sebastian by misjudging turn one and allowing the Ferrari up to fourth. A lap later and Vettel passed Ricciardo in the same place. This was getting very interesting. Verstappen was on fine form and passed Kvyat for fifth. The Russian came back at him, but he got out of shape again. And that saw Hülkenberg move up to sixth. There was still little between the Mercedes at the front. Vettel was a little way down the road in third. Then Ricciardo found himself challenged by a feisty-looking Verstappen.
Okay, Max, good job. But remember, many laps to go.
Daniel was soon under pressure from Hülkenberg. Nico lined him up, but it didn't pan out, and he ended up a DNF.
Damage, bit off out.
Rosberg pitted during the virtual safety car and was flying on his new tyres when racing resumed. He relegated Vettel to third.
Okay, it was my best shot.
Could he halt his teammates' championship aspiration? Kvyat pushed hard, maybe too hard. A wheel on the artificial grass left him out of control.
Okay.
Anything break there, Danny, or was that just a mistake?
My mistake.
Okay, understood.
Am I still be in this race for the win or not?
It's looking a lot better now. Let's keep it nice and clean.
Another safety car, thanks to Kvyat, changed the shape of the race once again. Hamilton and Vettel both pitted, and once unleashed, Sebastian quickly crushed Verstappen's podium chances. Further back, Button and Maldonado battled for position. With just a handful of laps to go, Rosberg threw it all away. And Hamilton found himself exactly where he needed to be. Button had the prime view of Sainz and Ricciardo's late race squabble. And with their attention diverted, he swept past them both. From wet to dry, it had been a thrilling race of fluctuating fortunes and wheel-to-wheel action. But it was Lewis Hamilton who reached the checkered flag first.
That is it. World champion, pal. World champion.
3 times world champion, Lewis. That's the greatest moment of my life. Thank you guys so much. I'm just so grateful. Thank you. To my family, I love you all. Thank you.
How good does that sound, Lewis? 3 times world champion.
You can have some fun tonight.
Rosberg repelled Vettel's advances, which meant Lewis had the result he so desperately craved. Verstappen battled through the field to equal his best result in F1, ahead of Perez and Button, while Ricciardo needed an extra stop following the collision with Sainz. Mercedes sealed the constructors in Russia, now Lewis had the drivers wrapped up. The pace of the Red Bulls was encouraging, but they couldn't match their rivals in the dry and scored just 1 point for their efforts, while Button gave McLaren a sizable boost. It was a tremendous achievement. Today was all about Lewis Hamilton, and he was over the moon. His nearest rivals had fallen short.
Lewis, congrats.
Every gesture was analysed, but nothing could dampen Hamilton's spirits. It was going to be a long, long time till it truly sank in.
What a wonderful crowd. What a great support, you guys.
Wow.
Thank you. What a race.
I can't really find the right words right this second to tell you how amazing this feels, and just that I couldn't have done it without this team who have powered me for the last 3 years and really taken me on board and really helped nurture me with a car and just faultless. So I love you guys. Thank you so much for everything you do for me.
We'll do it out there.
His 10th win of the season saw him become the first British driver to win back-to-back titles. He joined Lauda, Brabham, Stewart, Piquet and of course his hero, Ayrton Senna, with 3 championships. He shared his success with those that meant so much to him. The crowds of fans waiting for a glimpse. His engineer, Bono. And of course, his mechanics. For the first time since 1992, Formula One returned to Mexico. first time in 23 years, Formula One cars were in action at the newly refurbished Autodromo Hermano Rodriguez circuit. The track was named after brothers Pedro and Ricardo Rodriguez, who raced in Formula One during the 60s and 70s. The 4.3-kilometre Mexico City venue is the highest on the Formula One calendar, 2,200 metres above sea level. This height means the air is thinner, causing the cars less drag, and as a result they reach speeds of approaching 360 kilometres an hour on the run down to the first corner. The right-hander at turn 1's taken at around 110 kilometres an hour, and because of the thin air and the altitude, it also means the brakes are in for a tough time, and keeping them cool is crucial. Next, it's turns 2 and 3 before heading out onto the second straight. This has a top speed of 320 kilometres an hour and is also the second DRS zone, the first being the main start-finish straight. Next, it's into the first real stadium complex on the track, where thousands of fans can watch the action into the 96 km an hour left-hander at turn 4. Then they'll round turns 5 and 6 and head out towards the fastest corners on the circuit. The cars pick up speed to over 250 kilometres an hour before the quick S's sequence. Several quick changes of direction, and then it's down towards turns 10 and 11. A quick right-left flick, the second taken at nearly 200 kilometres an hour. The flat-out blast towards the stadium section is next. The cars will hit 312 kilometres an hour before getting on the brakes into the right-hander that brings them into Foro Sol, the baseball stadium, which contains the slowest corner on the circuit, taken at just 66 kilometres an hour. Then it's out through the final Mansell turn, named after Nigel's overtaking manoeuvre on Gerhard Berger in 1990. And the exit's going to be crucial because of the need to gather speed on the long start-finish straight. Mexican driver Sergio Perez carried the hopes of a nation, but whatever the result, it was going to be a highlight of his career.
Estamos con Checo, el piloto local, Checo.
I have big targets for us, and yeah, who knows, this race is going to be very tricky in all conditions. It's very hard on brakes, very hard on the engine side, so it's not going to be an easy race to make it till the end, but I guess I will have a very strong weekend today.
That was exactly what the fans in the packed grandstands wanted to see. The atmosphere was incredible, and nowhere summed this up more than in the stadium section. Just moments before the start, Mexico was ready. Rosberg was on pole for the fourth consecutive race. Could he convert this one into the win, or would Hamilton get the better of him again? It was a clean start. Nico closed the door on his teammate, so Lewis was forced to slot in behind, but a slow-starting Vettel dropped behind Kvyat. The long dash down to the first corner required hard braking into turn 1, but Nico had no intention of giving Lewis a hand, while Ricciardo and Vettel came to blows. Massa got away well and tried to go round the outside before dropping back. Vettel was clearly in trouble. He'd punctured his right rear and tried to get out of the way of the cars behind. Sebastian had already lost out to Kvyat, and there wasn't enough room for him and Ricciardo. Both blamed each other, but the stewards concluded it was a racing incident. Rosberg led from Hamilton, then it was Kvyat, Ricciardo, Bottas, Verstappen, Massa, Perez and Hülkenberg, while teammates Grosjean and Maldonado ran side by side. It was an incredible sight to see the cars like gladiators through the arena. But there was a less appealing sight for Vettel. when part of his tyre detached itself from his car just in front of last-placed Alonso. Fernando's race didn't go much further. His McLaren was halted by an MGU-H problem. Another race, another retirement. Vettel got into trouble again. Luckily, he didn't hit anything, but he resumed in a lowly 15th place. Raikkonen and Bottas had a score to settle from Sochi. This time they contested 6th.
Rear right is broken, I believe, Kimi. Sorry, Kimi. Good work anyway, mate.
All good with the car?
Copy that. Pressures look good. He just cut you up, gave you no space.
Copy that. There was no space inside.
Yep, you had the line. Copy that.
Valtteri had made a bold move. They'd almost touched. Then they did. Raikkonen's car was too badly damaged to continue, and he was out on the spot. The crowd's attention turned to their hero, Sergio Perez. Sainz had to let the Force India overtake after gaining an advantage by going off track a few corners earlier. Carlos couldn't have picked a better spot to let the Mexican favourite through. Rosberg had just pitted and Hamilton was informed of a change of plan.
Lewis, we are going to convert to plan B. We're converting to plan B. Let us know if you'll need a flap adjust. And we'll be boxing this lap, no flap adjust.
Can I ask why?
So Lewis, we're just worried about wear. We're worried about wearing his tyres. We're down to the canvas, so we're going to box this lap.
Lewis wasn't convinced.
One of these tyres is still good.
So this is for safety reasons, Lewis. So box this lap, box this lap.
Still not sold, he took control of his own strategy.
So Lewis, you will be boxing next lap, boxing next lap.
Bono, you need to check his tyres. My tyres feel good.
So Lewis, we were down to 0 on the first set. We have to go longer on this set. We will be down to 0, if not worse. So this is boxing end of this lap instruction.
I think that's the wrong call, but I'm coming in.
He'd made his case, now he had to just put his trust in the team. But he was clearly riled.
Please check those tyres and let me know. I want some feedback on them.
Kvyat was having a good race. He overtook Bottas to put himself in a podium position. He just had to keep hold of it. Vettel's day got worse.
I crashed again, turn 7. Sorry guys, I did a job today.
It was his first retirement of the season and required the safety car. When the race resumed on lap 58, Rosberg had no intention of letting Hamilton get the better of him. Then it was Kvyat, Bottas and Ricciardo. Valtteri wasted no time. He used the superior straight-line speed of the Williams to crush Daniel's podium prospects. A momentary slip-up could have been costly for the leader. But nothing was going to get in the way of Nico Rosberg taking the victory in Mexico.
Yeah!
Pole position, race win, and the fastest lap. It was truly a moment to savour. Rosberg's fourth win of the season was his first since Austria. Bottas survived the clash with Kimi to take his first podium since Canada. Kvyat was fourth ahead of Ricciardo and Massa, while local hero Perez was eighth. Rosberg moved back up to second in the championship. Bottas was now fourth. Red Bull had a solid result, but incredibly, it was Ferrari's first double retirement since Australia 2006. It didn't change the outcome of the championship, but it did mark a change in Nico. The spectacle in Mexico was not over yet. The sky was awash with the country's colours.
Viva Mexico! How does it feel? How does it feel?
¿Qué tal hoy, Mexico? Great race, great battle with Lewis, who drove really well, and just really, really happy to get the win. And this is really the best podium of the year, so what a place to do it.
No one could disagree with that statement. It had been a truly memorable event. Brazil, home to some of the most passionate fans in the world, and the scene of so many iconic moments in Formula One history. The numbers speak for themselves.
Skies of features.
The Brazilian Grand Prix was where Alonso took both his titles, but like so many times this year, his car let him down again and he failed to set a qualifying time. Fernando, never one to miss an opportunity, used the downtime to top up his tan. For Mercedes, it was business as usual. Rosberg took his fifth consecutive pole position, ahead of Hamilton, the team's 14th front-row lockout of the season. As the cars headed out of the pit lane for the grid on Sunday, Sainz's Toro Rosso stopped at pit exit and forced the other drivers to weave around him.
The car turned off by itself. I don't know what happened.
Stay in P0. We will bring the car back and then we will start from the pit lane.
Hulkenberg took pole here in 2010. Now he matched his best grid position of this season in fifth, thanks to a penalty for Bottas. Whilst the highest placed Brazilian was Massa in eighth. The grid lined up with Sainz missing from his 10th place grid slot. When the lights went out, the gloves were off. Rosberg wasn't going to give up his advantage. Bottas scythed through from 7th to 5th. Hamilton couldn't find an opening and had to settle for second ahead of the two Ferraris, Bottas, Kvyat and Hulkenberg. Valtteri had hooked it all up beautifully at the start. He made a brave move between Hulkenberg and the outside wall and almost took fourth from Raikkonen while he was at it. Sainz's race was over after a few corners. His rear wheels locked up due to an issue with the drivetrain. He had borne the brunt of Toro Rosso's technical glitches in 2015, and his points total had suffered compared to his teammate. After 18 laps, the Mercedes pair was 6.5 seconds ahead of third-placed Vettel, and Lewis had stepped up the pressure.
And Lewis is trying quite hard.
Despite his best efforts, Hamilton couldn't actually get past.
Impossible to follow this track.
Unable to overtake, he sought another plan of attack.
Okay, can you get me on a different strategy then, somehow? It's impossible to overtake. I'm faster, but I can't get close.
With less degradation than the soft, the medium tyre was the favoured rubber for the race, so his choices were limited.
So there's the only other real option to protect the P2 and go for, or try and go for the win, is to stretch this stint long and just put us on a tyre offset at the end. We'd still be on the same tyre, but just different tyre age.
One driver who didn't seem to have any trouble overtaking was Verstappen. He put a mighty move round the outside of Perez in the Senna S for 9th. Checo lost momentum and a place to Grosjean.
That was a close one.
Good job. Just watch Grosjean behind now.
Max didn't seem too concerned. To say it had been close was something of an understatement. Yet another memorable overtake from the youngest driver in F1. Further back, Maldonado tried to pass Ericsson on the inside of the first turn, but it proved a little less successful.
Do we have any damage?
It's quite a big hit on left rear.
Lap 32 and Vettel was in for his second stop. Ferrari switched him to a three-stopper to allow him to be more aggressive. And it forced Mercedes to respond.
So, Nico, we are going plan B. We're going plan B.
Plan B was 3 stops. Both Mercedes would use the mediums.
So you're safe to Lewis by 3 seconds. There's a lot of traffic to get through. We want to keep that gap to Lewis.
Ferrari made absolutely sure that Sebastian was on maximum attack, and he encountered no delays when he came up to pass two-stopping teammate Raikkonen. Were strategic decisions best made by the team or by the driver? Mercedes argued that their slender margin to Ferrari meant it was better to mimic their strategy rather than risk second place. So Lewis would have to catch and pass Nico on track.
So you're all clear on exit. So Nico car ahead, 2.2.
Has he stopped?
Yes, Lewis has stopped. He's 2 seconds behind you.
Verstappen was ready for action once again on fresher soft tyres. He had the measure of NASA on old mediums. They got away with some wheel-to-wheel action. Max's tried and tested move around the outside of turn 1 set him up nicely on the inside of turn 2. Lotus versus Lotus, and it was Grosjean who came out on top for 9th. Mercedes raced to the flag, but Rosberg had been in control from the front. He rounded the final corner and took the checkered flag for his 5th win of the season. Hamilton shadowed his teammate to give Mercedes its 11th 1-2 of 2015, while Vettel scored his 13th podium of the year with 3rd. Massa crossed the line 8th for Williams, but was later disqualified as his right rear tyre exceeded the maximum tread temperature prior to the race.
It might be one to really forget. So you've been called to see the stewards afterwards, or the team certainly have, to explain the fact that your tyres were over temperature at the start of the race. I guess something that you didn't know about during the race itself.
No, I don't know. I mean, to be honest, I did even less burnouts than what I supposed to do. So I don't know. Honestly, I have no idea what they're talking about. And so we definitely prepare everything on the best way. But I'm sure we didn't do anything wrong.
Disappointment for Massa, but jubilation for Rosberg. It was a good finish for Raikkonen after a difficult run of results. Bottas stayed 5th ahead of Hülkenberg and Kvyat. Verstappen scored points for the 6th consecutive race, and both McLarens reached the flag ahead of Ericsson, Stevens and Rossi. Rosberg secured 2nd in the title with 31 points more than Vettel and 1 more race to go. In the Constructors, Williams had put themselves out of reach from Red Bull, and Force India's strategy gamble with Hülkenberg ensured they would finish the season in 5th. But discussions regarding strategy were set to continue for some time to come.
Do you think the time has come that you guys need individual strategists to help each one of you in your endeavours to win the race?
No, because there's too much luck that then comes into it. Because you don't know in advance how a strategy is going to play out. Like, for example, today we thought 2-stop was the way to go, and actually 3-stop was the quicker one. So if today I go 2-stop, Lewis goes 3-stop, even though I'm quicker, he will win the race, and that's not fair. That's not fair in our internal battle. It needs to be man against man, especially when there's no other competitors. It needs to be just us two against each other and removing all the luck aspect, and that's how it was today, but the better guy won.
So even if rolling the dice would have given you a better chance at winning the championship, you wouldn't take it?
That's a different story.
Thanks, Nico.
Round 19 was hosted by the glamorous Emirates state of Abu Dhabi. Both titles were already wrapped up, but no one intended to take their foot off the gas at the final round of the championship. However, a rare mistake for Ferrari in qualifying saw Vettel knocked out of Q1. The team thought his time on the softs would be quick enough to get him through to Q2. But it had huge consequences. He qualified 16th, but gained a place following a gearbox change for Grosjean. For the 6th consecutive race, it was Nico Rosberg who cruised to pole position, nearly 4/10 clear of his teammate. It certainly gave Mercedes top brass something to smile about. For the last time in 2015, it was Rosberg from Hamilton and Raikkonen. With nothing to lose, there was everything to play for. There were, of course, some championship scores to settle further down the table.
It's one of the races that you really enjoy, and hopefully a good one for us today, and a good way to say thank you and goodbye to the team.
Yeah, very true. Now, on that front, saying goodbye to the team, you want to get a good result with that sort of Mercedes power behind you. Is that going to sort of benefit you, do you think, from overtaking people?
Yeah, it's really annoying. It's really annoying.
What about he's annoying?
No, the engine is annoying.
Oh, come on. You're supposed to be a young boy who's full of spirits and get in there and drive. So you two are going to have a bit of a battle then?
Well, we did recently quite a bit, so it was fun. And every time I won the battle, so let's hope another one.
Like it.
We're equal on points, so be careful. Yeah. That's a fair point. Fight for the championship as well as Drivers' Championship.
Exactly. Guys, really have a good race.
As the sun set on the 2015 season, it was time for the end-of-term photo and to reflect on the achievements, the highs and the lows. As well as the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix, the United Arab Emirates was celebrating its 44th National Day. And car number 44, Hamilton, was targeting his 44th career win. Force India had already sealed 5th place in the championship. Now Perez hoped to finish the season on a high, starting from an excellent 4th. It was the 15th front row lockout for Mercedes. But Ferrari's hopes rested on Raikkonen in 3rd. For the final time this season. Lights out and away they went, but Hamilton was slow to get going and soon under pressure from Raikkonen and Perez. And there was contact further back with Alonso and Maldonado in trouble. Massa was caught out by a fast out-of-the-blocks Sainz, who blasted through the field. He quickly disposed of Bottas and went side-by-side with Kvyat. And had no problem relegating the man he had replaced at Toro Rosso. Vettel knew the field would back up into the first corner. He quickly got rid of Nasser and was lucky not to get caught up in the drama that caught out Alonso and Maldonado. It was another DNF for Pastor, while the stewards put the blame at Fernando's door and handed him a drive-through penalty to take after he had pitted for repairs. Sainz closed on Massa, while Bottas and Kvyat engaged in a heated battle for 9th. Lap 6 and Rosberg had increased the gap ever so slightly to his teammate. They had a comfortable buffer to Raikkonen, Perez, Hülkenberg and Ricciardo. Daniel had sniffed out an opportunity. With a DRS boost, he made a fantastic move on Nico. But the Force India had greater straight-line speed thanks to the Mercedes engine and quickly took back 5th. Daniel was up for some fun at the final race. And it even gave Renault boss Cyril Abiteboul something to smile about after a particularly humorless season. 2 laps later and Bottas was in for a routine stop. But as he exited the box, disaster struck.
Okay, Valtteri, you need to go around. Go around.
He was given the green light, but didn't seem to have seen the McLaren approaching. A slow lap back to the pits for a new nose, and a 5-second penalty just made things worse. And it settled the battle for 4th in the Drivers' Championship. Lap 11, and Hamilton was in for his first stop. Starting from near the back, Vettel was on a different strategy to the front runners and was yet to pit. Lewis couldn't afford to lose time behind second-placed Sebastian. He used the DRS to maximum effect and made his move around the Ferrari. But he couldn't afford to go flat out to catch his teammate.
We need more management. More management.
I don't know how much slower I can drive, but...
So it feels like driving Miss Daisy, but that's the sort of management we need.
The champion desperately wanted to finish this season as it began in Australia. Raikkonen maximised his fresher tyres and was allowed to pass his teammate, who still hadn't stopped. Verstappen was in trouble with his tyres and would compromise his race with an extra trip to the pits.
Massive flat spots. Off the box.
Hamilton got the go-ahead to push from his team.
Looks like he's suffering with front right graining. Okay, Lewis, you know what to do. And Lewis is trying to close the gap.
With both drivers being given some encouragement, things look set to get rather interesting for the strategists. Lap 31 and Rosberg made his second stop for another set of soft tyres. This handed the lead to Hamilton. Now it was up to Lewis to decide how to react to go for victory. Raikkonen was in on the next lap, but a delay with the right front cost him time and meant he rejoined fourth behind his teammate. Piero Ferrari, son of Enzo, watched his two drivers work together for the best interests of the team.
Sebastian has been told, he's been told.
Sebastian duly moved over again. Hamilton pondered his strategy options for the remainder of the race.
If I was to back off right now and look after these tyres to the end, how slow can I go per lap?
Lewis, I think that would be pretty much impossible to do.
Just please give me the calculation.
Yeah, Lewis is not even bothered working the numbers. It would be a real gamble and it wouldn't pay off, I can guarantee it.
The reason I'm asking is that these tyres still feel good.
Lap 41 and Mercedes came out for the world champion. He'd stayed out 10 laps longer than his teammate in a bid to mount an attack towards the end of the race. They opted for a set of new soft tyres rather than the super softs. Lap 45 and Vettel closed on Perez. Sebastian used all of the track to make sure he got round the Force India and into fourth place, which pleased former Ferrari driver Rubens Barrichello. It had been a scrappy afternoon for Verstappen, but that didn't stop him from attacking Button for 12th.
He pushed me out the track.
Max wasn't going to give up, even if he did fall foul of the stewards.
Verstappen did overtake me off the circuit.
Rosberg still led, but Hamilton used everything he had and more to try and hunt him down.
Okay, looks like we strat mode 10, strat mode 10. If we do not comply, then we'll just turn Nico to strat 6.
Lewis was in no mood to conform.
We'll have strat mode 10. Strat mode 10, that is an instruction. So Nico goes strat 6, strat 6.
It was another great battle of wits. And it was a fight that Rosberg had no intention of losing. He had kept Hamilton at arm's length and had dominated the race. And with 6 consecutive poles, it was now 3 wins in a row for the first time in Nico's career.
Awesome, guys. Thanks for that into the season. It was really great.
Hamilton was second, and for only the 3rd time this year, Raikkonen made it onto the podium. Nico celebrated in style. Just like his fight back through the field in 2012, Vettel fought his way from 15th to 4th and joined in the fun and frivolity. Nico could barely contain his delight. His surge in form was too late for this year, but it was enough for Hamilton to reflect on over the winter. Nico put the disappointment of Austin behind him and had come back even stronger. Force India ended the season on fine form with Perez 5th and Hulkenberg 7th behind Ricciardo. Grosjean's last race for Lotus saw him charge from 18th to 9th, while Verstappen felt the wrath of the stewards and with 2 penalties ended up 16th. Hamilton finished 59 points clear of Rosberg, with Vettel 3rd. Raikkonen pipped Bottas to 4th. Highest placed rookie was Verstappen, albeit behind Grosjean. Nasser and Maldonado were level on 27, the sum total of McLaren's year. 9th place in the Constructors was hugely disappointing for the team from Woking, while Ferrari, Williams and Red Bull hope to take the fight to Mercedes in 2016.
The best thing I think about this year is that you don't need to push the people. You know, they are willing to give everything they have, and it's a very good atmosphere in the team. So after a couple of drinks tonight, to enjoy the feeling of a good season behind us, I think we're all fired up and willing to come back stronger for next year to make sure that we end up on the podium similar to this year, but on the top step.
Nico, what a tremendous way to finish the season. 6 poles, 3 wins on the bounce. You must be delighted.
Yeah, for sure. Excited about that. It's awesome to finish the season on a high like that and go into the winter break, with such success. It's great.
When Lewis pitted later than you in that last stint, were you worried he might have put on a set of super softs and taken it down to the wire?
Well, worried, no, because I was confident that my strategy was the optimum, so I was confident that I was on a good pace and everything, and looking after the tires and controlling the race. So, but of course, it's never easy, and I had to get my head down and keep going, and so very pleased, with how it went, and that Lewis didn't come anywhere near me in the end.
Let's look back on the season, what you've achieved, who you've become over the course of the last 12 months.
Yeah, it's just been an incredible year. Coming off an amazing year last year, I honestly could have only prayed and hoped for a year as good, but to have a better year, it blew myself and everyone's expectations away. So really just grateful for this team. They've done an amazing job to push the boundaries even further, and lots of people who have helped achieve these results.
The curtain came down on the 2015 championship in spectacular fashion. Mercedes claimed a record 12 1-2 finishes. With 11 poles and 10 victories, Lewis Hamilton became a triple world champion.
That's the greatest moment of my life.